Hello, this is Storybooks channel. New videos are posted every day. Subscribe and click the bell.
Andrew walked out of the registry office and breathed in the fresh air. That's it, he's free now. Only did he need this freedom. The man slowly raised his head and looked up at that piece of sky, which hung between high-rise buildings with a blue spot. Yes, there is freedom in the sky, and here there are cars, houses, hustle and bustle. Hurrying, running somewhere. Always chasing your bird of fortune. So he was always running, and didn't notice how his life was gone. The most important thing was love. And was it? Now he didn't even know. No, and now he was not free, but lonely. He and Emily had met at some party. He's an aspiring businessman. She's an aspiring actress. A spark immediately ran between them, and 6 months later, they had a wedding in one of the best restaurants in the city. Andrew may have wanted to make it simple, but could he tell his beloved about it? After all, Emily waited for a fairy tale, and she got it. And then family life began. Of course, Andrew had envisioned it a little differently, that his wife would be waiting at home with dinner on the table and all that. But it turned out differently. Emily was at the theater till night on weekends with her bohemian crowd. No hot dinner, no warm bed. To all my husband's reproaches, I said one thing. I have to find a producer. There's no other way in our profession. You cannot pay me the main role. They had some fights and scandals. But Andrew loved his spoiled girl too much, so he continued to tolerate. And also in the soul played glorious notes when he appeared at receptions with a beautiful wife. All the guests' jaws dropped. That's what his wife was like. A few years passed. While Andrew was firmly on his feet, he was able to expand the business, find partners, investors. And now his construction company was the most famous in town. There came a time when there was no need to look for producers either. Andrew could pay for everything himself, and he did. And Emily shone in the theater, a few times even starred in some TV soap operas. His wife was happy, and Andrew was happy, but something was missing. They'd moved into their mansion by then. A full staff of servants. Money was tight, and still something was missing. Andrew understood what the children were missing. But at first, Emily found good arguments. Say, while she is young, you need to play more roles, so that she will be remembered by the children. But a little later, of course, and she kept dragging and dragging. At first, Andrew agreed with her. Then there was a slight bewilderment. How long should we wait? It's been 10 years already. The bewilderment turned into displeasure and then into anger. My wife doesn't want kids at all. Scandals became more and more frequent. And then one day, Andrew gave her an ultimatum, baby or divorce. Emily agreed, but it didn't work out. And that's when they went to the clinic. The doctors were all hands on deck. Emily couldn't get pregnant at all. All to blame for the termination of pregnancy, which she did in her distant youth from her classmate. She confessed this to Andrew only after the doctor's verdict. Andrew felt betrayed. All these years he'd waited, hoped, and here it was. No, he didn't blame Emily. She'd done something stupid when she was young, so what now? But he should have confessed sooner. After all, medicine is not standing still. He continued to hold out hope. They were advised to go to IVF specialists, and there they had hope. How happy Andrew was. And Emily? Well, she pretended to be happy, although she was often thoughtful. She was the first to speak to the surrogate mother. Andrew didn't want to hear it at first, but Emily convinced him again. Honey, you understand, if I have such problems, can I bear our child after echo? I mean, the doctors themselves say there's a 50-50th chance I'll get pregnant. I mean, I'd have to undergo excruciating procedures, take hormones. And not the fact that it will help, and I'll break up and become ugly. Not to mention I'd have to give up my profession. But you won't like me anymore either. I'll always like you, Andrew assured her, sweetie. That's what you're saying now. When I'm 100 pounds, it's like a promise. You'll talk differently. And Andrew agreed. No, not because the prospect of his wife's unpleasant transformation frightened him. He didn't believe it would be like that. He just didn't want his beloved to be tortured with drugs and procedures. They spent a long time choosing a surrogate. And finally they found a young girl. Maria was from the countryside in the city, worked as a hairdresser. She had a daughter, whom she gave birth to from a classmate 6 months after graduation. They wanted to get married, but didn't have time. He left to serve. She promised to wait for him. And when she gave birth to her Nancy, the news of her husband's death and a hot spot came. His mother was raising him alone. A week after the terrible news and died. Maria, too, had only counted on her mother. Their father abandoned them a long time ago and left for parts unknown. And when Nancy was 3 years old, doctors made a terrible diagnosis. The girl had a serious heart defect. You only live to be 10 years old with a heart defect like that. That's if you don't get an operation. You can wait for years for a quota. For an urgent operation, the sums required were unbelievable. You can't earn that kind of money in their village. Not in the city either. But Maria looked for a way and found it. She decided to become a mom. She honestly told Andrew about her situation. He got into the story and immediately paid the money, even though it was not according to the rules. How grateful Maria was. Her daughter underwent surgery. The baby was left in her grandmother's care and Maria moved into Andrew and Emily's mansion. She worked hard to fulfill the terms of her contract. The pregnancy was easy. A boy was due. Maria meticulously followed the doctor's orders. She took walks, drank vitamins, listened to classical music. In the evenings, Andrew was interested in her affairs, and Maria gladly told about the events of the day. Emily was also sometimes present at these conversations, but she was obviously not interested. She was in her own thoughts. A new production, a new script, but only as time went on did she become thoughtful and even angry. She was annoyed by Maria's talk and vitamin hemoglobin oxygen level fetal heartbeat. Emily tried to shift all of Andrew's attention to herself. "Why don't you stop, girls?" she said to him, gently kissing his slit. Let him rest a little more and dragged him away. There was no sign of trouble. She, it turned out, was guarding nearby. That time, Andrew had gone to a neighboring town to a new facility. Emily called already closer to evening. Through his sobs, he did not immediately realize what had happened. When it came to him, he became cold with horror and grief. Maria was missing, and a day later, when Andrew, excited and confused, returned home, they received a call from the police. Outside of town, they found a burned-out car with the exact license plate number Maria had left in the passenger compartment, the charred corpse of a pregnant woman. They never found the cabbie. What happened? No one could understand. There was no doubt that it was Marshy, blood type matched. They found a purse with a burnt passport. Yeah, it was Maria. Andrew was devastated. He had so much hope for the child this poor girl would bear and give birth to. And then disaster struck. It was necessary to deal with the funeral, and as it turned out, Andrew's urgent presence was required at the facility in the neighboring city. Emily convinced him to go. She promised to take care of all matters with the delivery of the body to Maria's homeland. Andrew was so grateful to his wife, how she was holding on. Good for her. After making sure the police were on the case, he left. He returned a week later. How empty and lonely was their mansion now. Andrew had grown very attached to Maria during that time. Yes, he missed that sweet girl with the growing belly. Andrew himself didn't realize what it was. Probably just as a future father, he was anxiously waiting for the appearance of his miracle. But he did not wait. Emily was surprisingly calm. She was only upset that so much money had been wasted. Not for nothing, Andrew told her at the time. "We helped Maria's daughter, though it's scary to imagine the cost." "Oh, you're getting sentimental." Emily grinned. "Come on, let's forget it like a bad dream." And Andrew agreed, especially since the details of that terrible story never appeared. The police filed the unsolved cases in the archives. Time passed. It took 3 years for him to dare to talk about the icon again. And again, Emily resisted. Andrew persuaded her that his age was no joke. He was in his 40s and she was in her 40s. It's time. This time it's definitely going to work out. Only now they won't let their mom go anywhere alone. And there's no telling what would have happened if Andrew hadn't caught Emily in their bed with her driver's young lover. Hired by him. At first, Emily cried and swore that it was a one-time thing, that she loved Andrew. And then the same driver confessed that he had been sleeping with his wife for 6 months. And before that, she had an affair with the director, and even earlier with a colleague on the stage. And before that, Andrew had horns like a marshal. And the annoying thing is, he never noticed. How so? He couldn't live with that woman anymore. Some childish betrayal Andrew wouldn't forgive. So he filed for divorce. Didn't leave her with one suitcase, gave her a nice payoff. She won't need anything, but he can't see her anymore. Yes, a lot has been lived, a lot has been experienced. But how many lies have there been? And Emily, realizing that she was a very wealthy lady, was not at all upset by the divorce. She's free now, good, rich, no need to have kids. And so 2 years passed after the divorce. Andrew lived alone. He wouldn't let any women near him. Although many beauties sighed at the sight of a wealthy, handsome man, he devoted himself to his work. What changed in his character? The formerly good-natured, understanding boss was now a dry man's sugar. Tough, principled, demanding. He was wounded right in the heart, and it wound up. Everything in his office had to work like clockwork, and no one had the right to disrupt this work. Employees in the office were afraid of being late and were not delayed for a minute in the morning at lunch. Not to mention reports and projects that were issued strictly on schedule. Kate worked for Andrew as a secretary. She knew him from before, and now a striking change. So surprised her, but had to conform. It was so hard though. Kate had a daughter growing up as well. Anna went to the preparatory group at the kindergarten until 2 years ago. Sometimes Kate could bring her daughter to work with her if the kindergarten was on quarantine and her husband was on a business trip. Now she had to make it work. Andrew kept a strict rule. No outsiders should be there, especially not children. The last proviso concerned Kate. He paid enough money, so to break this rule was the height of insanity. That day, everything went wrong. Andrew's reception desk received a call from the watch, asking Kate to come down. She saw a young woman and a little boy about 5 years old. The woman was so thin that Kate involuntarily thought, "Is she sick?" "Excuse me," said the stranger timidly. "You're White Andrew's secretary." "Yes." Kate nodded and stared at the woman. "Please take the boy to him." The woman's voice trembled. She held out at the runaway and immediately clutched the child convulsively to her. Then, squeezing his hands lightly, pushed him. "Kate, this is his son." Son Kate's eyebrows stopped somewhere in the middle of her forehead. "But it's his son." The stranger interrupted her and held out an envelope. "Give it to him. He'll read it and understand." She lowered her eyes, then rushed to the boy, hugged him, kissed him, and rushed away to the exit. The boy ran after her, but then, as if he remembered, he turned back to Kate. "Auntie, take me to Papa," he said, and timidly stretched out his skinny little hand. "Well, let's go," Kate replied confusedly, looking in the wake of the fleeing woman. Spun and envelope, Kate shrugged. Called out to her by the security guard, who had heard the whole conversation. "Maybe the police should be called." "Let Andrew decide," the girl replied, looking thoughtfully at the child. She caught herself thinking that the kid really looked a lot like her boss. She took the boy's hand and they headed for the elevator. "How would I like to see my boss's confused face?" Chuckled, and a little gloated to herself, Kate. "You can't take the kids to work. Here's a present for you in the waiting room." Kate sat the boy down on the visitor's couch, gave him a pen and a piece of paper. The child looked distraught, trying with all his might not to cry. Apparently, his mother's sudden departure had upset him very much. But he held on. "What's your name?" "Baby?" Kate asked and stroked the boy's head. Then, barely audible, he whispered, "What a good name you have," smiled at the secretary, and then came out of her pocket and took a risk. "Here's some candy." "Thank you." Just as quietly, the boy said, took the candy, unwrapped the wrapper, sent the candy into his mouth, and looked around for a trash can to throw away the wrapper. "Come on." Kate held out her hand, noting what a well-mannered boy he was. I wonder, Kate thought to herself, minding her own business and occasionally glancing in Ben's direction, how it is that our crystal clear was able to make a baby on the side. The baby is about 5 years old, like my daughter or so. So Andrew was married then and divorced his wife because she betrayed him and cheated on him. Andrew's a real piece of work himself. And that girl in the lobby, she was a mouse. And how God looked at her. His wife Emily was 1,000 times more interesting. Ben was scribbling away on a piece of paper. Kate was tapping away at her keyboard. Everyone was busy doing their own thing. When the door to the waiting room opened, the woman and the boy turned their heads at the same time. Kate blushed a little when she saw Andrew, as if he could overhear her thoughts. And Ben was timid at the sight of a strange uncle. Froze like a sparrow. Chick. Andrew looked from Kate to the boy, his eyebrows raised in surprise. What does that mean? Finally, he said rather stiffly, Kate, you know that children are not allowed in our office. And if you have no one to leave your child with, we'll have to say goodbye. Kate, hearing such words, only smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Andrew, it's not my child. Especially I have a girl. Then whose is it? The woman who called me downstairs said it was yours. Hearing this, Andrew's eyes widened. Mine? What nonsense is that? She left an envelope, said you should read it. Kate held out the envelope, inwardly jubilant. No, she used to be nice, but lately he's been like a soulless machine. So there you have it. Andrew took the envelope, visibly worried, looked at the boy, something trembled in his face. Did he also notice that the kid looked exactly like him in his childhood photos, or is he confused and all children look alike in some way? So let him sit here, I'll be right back. Andrew jerked open the door to the study, as if apologizing. I repeated now the door slammed shut behind him. Kate smiled at Ben, who was clearly frightened. What's with the uncles slamming doors? It's okay, kid, it's going to be okay, winked the woman, and really wanted to ask the boy where his mom went, but she was afraid that the boy would pay, and it's none of her business. Let him figure it out for himself, looking for his mama by Ben's ear. Andrew plopped down in his chair, twirled the envelope. Just 3 words. Andrew White. What nonsense. He finally opened the envelope, unfolded the sheet, and his eyes quickly ran over the smooth, neat letters. From the first lines, he was literally numb to what he was reading. As he read on, he felt like he was going crazy. Hello, Andrew. I'm sorry I couldn't meet you in person. Yes, what you did back then was wrong, but I should have been grateful to you. You saved my daughter by paying for the surgery, but I couldn't give you my son, especially when I found out. I think you know what I mean. I'm sorry. I thought I could raise 2 kids on my own, and I could. Well, damn disease. I'm probably gonna die soon. She kind of takes care of my mom, but she's old, and I'm afraid that after I die, Ben might be taken away to an orphanage. So I'm giving him to you, Ben, your son, no doubt about it. You can do a DNA test, please. Raise him to be a decent human being. Maria Holiday. Andrew reached the end, and his forehead covered with a light vapor. This is some kind of monstrous spectacle. Maria Holiday is the same girl who 5 years ago was supposed to give birth, and Emily and I a son, but she died. He saw the case, files himself at the morgue for some things. He and Emily identified her. Blood type, gestational age, everything matched. And then there's this. No, someone's playing a practical joke on him. Or is this a scam? Andrew reached for the phone to call the police, but suddenly his hand froze. What if it's true? Just then, Maria ran away, faked her own death. But who was helping her? She couldn't have done it alone. And what the hell could she know about? What the hell could she know that he should know, too? The man looked questioningly at the door. In the waiting room sat a toddler who really looked like him. Andrew had definitely discerned that. How was that possible? In any case, there were more questions than answers. And something had to be done. Yes, the DNA procedure would answer the big question. He went out into the waiting room and approached the boy, sat down on the couch. The little boy looked up startled. Are you my daddy? Quietly he whispered. Andrew shrugged his shoulders. I don't know how to answer the child. So you, Ben, is your name. Where's your mom, Ben? She exclaimed, boy, she's gone. Mom said she had to go to the hospital. And while I'm staying with you, Mommy told me to behave, not to cry. What's your mom's name? Maria. And then the child could not stand it, and tears spurted from his eyes in 3 streams. Andrew ineptly embraced the boy, stroked his head. What's wrong? Confusedly asked him. Everything will be all right. We'll go to my place now, and then we'll decide what to do. Kate silently watched from the side and only wondered. The boss was suddenly speaking so kindly, so humanly. And it was her old boss, as she knew him before. And having made the necessary arrangements, Andrew Ranks left the office, leaving the employees only to wonder what kind of a boy is this? The office buzzed like a beehive. No one expected that Bose could have fathered a son on the side. No one even remembered the surrogate mother. Few people knew about it, though. Before starting proceedings, Andrew decided to find out if the child was his. He and the boy went to the clinic to take a DNA test. The result would be back in 10 days, said the nice girl, the lab technician. In 10 days. Unpleasant, Andrew wondered. No sooner. It meant 10 days of waiting. Or maybe we should take the kid to a shelter. Let them sort it out themselves. And if his mother is the same Maria, do not have to find out for themselves. The mansion was surprised to see the owner so early and with a child. Andrew, what is it? The maid Jenna asked shyly. Something has happened, Andrew sighed. I don't know what it is yet. Feed the boy, keep him busy. I'll have to find out something. Jenna didn't ask any more questions, just nodded her head. Andrew went into the office, found some old papers. Among them must have been a copy of Maria's passport. It's definitely there. Andrew looked at the registration in some backwoods, wanting to be surprised. It would have taken him 24 hours to get there. But before he went looking for Maria, he went to the police. He had to find out the details of the unsolved case. Who was actually found. He was sure Maria was dead, but Emily was more in touch with the police at the time. He had an urgent job to do. The investigator listened to Andrew and raised his eyebrows in surprise. And I was on the case at the time, and I remember it well. Yes, you identified the corpse as Maria, but then new details came to light. The investigator said that Maria was found alive and well in the village. She just filed a report about the loss of her passport. We called your wife. We couldn't reach you. She said she'd pass everything on to you. Nothing was passed on. Andrew shook his head. Was that for? No. No. I called you later and asked you how things were going. What else could I say? I said I didn't know anything. But why didn't you tell me about Maria? The investigator's eyes ran strangely. He lowered his head, and then firmly said that he had so much work that he didn't have to talk about the same thing 20 times. Slammed the door. He walked out of the office. He didn't like that investigator. To hell with him. The main thing was that Maria was really alive, and now it was necessary to find her so that she could personally explain everything to him. What's the big deal? Did he know what she was running from? And then he stopped. Another thought adored him. It turns out Emily knew Maria was alive and was hiding it. What the hell was that? He had to talk to his ex-wife right away. Her phone was silent. And when he arrived at the apartment, he bought Emily himself as a payoff. He didn't move any further from the locked door. He pounded on the door in vain, rang the bell. What are you guys doing in the hallway? An old woman looked out of the apartment across the hall. I'll call the police. And only from there, Andrew answered tiredly. Do you know where the mistress is? And who are you? Ex-husband's ex. Emily has been gone for a week, as if on vacation somewhere in the Arab Emirates. The grandmother looked at Andrew with some gloating. She found herself a good man. He is her boss and loves her very much, so they left together. I'm glad for her, she grinned. Andrew replied. I don't know when she will arrive. She doesn't report to me. Andrew went down the stairs, and the neighbor woman muttered something else in his wake. She left such a nice woman, and now she's running away. And Emily is beautiful. He plays in soap operas. He came to his senses, but it's too late for him. All these men are the same. Andrew from Emily's house went to a children's store and asked the saleswoman to pick out clothes for a boy of about 5 years old. He such on his fingers, explained Andrew. The girl understood, nodded, smiled. and soon 2 full bags of clothes were lying on the cash register. Maybe some more toys, the girl suggested. And I do not know what at this age they are interested in. Andrew wondered, and his gaze stopped on Ben in the tank. No, that's for toddlers. Following his gaze, the girl laughed. Here, look here, cars, robots, airplanes. We have new models or helicopters with remote control. I think your boy will be delighted. I got mine. He and my husband almost got into a fight. And my husband loved it. He's the same boy, only 30-odd years old. I'm sure you'll love it too. Come on. Andrew bought some helicopters, some cars, and a couple of obscure robots. Already leaving the store, laden with packages. He sadly thought of Ben how much he missed. Yes, rattles of pyramids, it is probably also so interesting. The final chord was a trip to the pastry shop, where Andrew bought a huge cake. When he got home with all his purchases, Jenna the maid gasped, "How much is that?" And Lucy the cook was even a little offended. She can't bake a cake like that by herself. And it's bad for the boy to eat sweets, she grumbled. I fed him chicken soup, and cutlets, and some compote. He ate it all, smiled Andrew. Yes, covered like a sparrow chick, sighed Lucy. Youth is a good boy in general. Andrew, will you clarify so that we understand this is your boy, Lucy? I don't know yet, Andrew shook his head. The cook nodded her head understandingly, though she honestly didn't understand anything, and neither did Jenna, who preferred to mind her own business. But she was honestly practicing with the boy. She even enjoyed talking to him. Such a sweet, well-mannered child. And so much like his master. What's the story? Everyone was interested, but they minded their own business. Ben was watching cartoons in the living room, laughing at the adventures of the heroes. He didn't notice anyone around him. The little boy seemed to have forgotten what he had been through. Or maybe he was just distracted by seeing Andrew. The smile slipped off his face. Hello, he whispered shyly. Hello, Andrew smiled. Lightly touched his head. Stroked it. God, what silky hair and eyes, as if he were looking at his little self. Andrew swallowed the sudden lump in his throat. What expertise is there in this? He can already see that the boy his Andrew sat down next to the child. Are you watching cartoons? Barely audible, answered the child. Ben, what are you doing? Andrew was surprised. Are you afraid of me or what? I don't know, admitted the boy. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Andrew put his arm around the boy's shoulders. Listen, I need to talk to my mom. Do you know where to find her? I don't know. Where did you live? That's the name of the village on Maria's passport. Who did you live with? With Mom, Grandma, Nancy, Miss. Andrew looked sympathetically at the boy. Well, nothing, brother. Don't worry. Everything will get better. I bought so many things there, by the way. Come on, let's go look. And some toys, just like the clerk at the children's store said. Ben liked the helicopter the best. His eyes lit up. A smile appeared on his face. Andrew also liked launching the plastic machine. In short, they had a lot of fun. They almost broke the expensive vase in the living room, and it would have broken. No big deal. Andrew was laughing. And with him Ben, who now was not afraid of this big strange uncle, whom Mom said to call Dad. The servants, on the other hand, were in mild shock. They had never seen Andrew before. The fool was learning like a boy to put a boy to bed in the evening. Andrew was reading a story aloud for the first time in his life. With such pleasure he, turning the pages, himself immersed in the adventures of the Tsarevich of the Grey Wolf. Ben's eyes were closing. Sleep, son. Andrew whispered and adjusted the blanket. Son, what a sweet word it turns out to be. And that night he slept the sweet sleep of a baby and woke up the next morning with a clear understanding of what to do next. We should go there awkwardly and right now. Settle things at work, leaving Ben in the care of Jenna. He went to find Maria. He could have taken the train, but Andrew decided to drive halfway, rest in a roadside hotel, and then on his way, driving with confidence. He couldn't forget the goodbye vote. Are you leaving me sobbing too? Asked the boy. Don't go away. You and I played so well. I'm back. Baby. Andrew hugged the boy and gave him a ringing kiss on the cheek. A few days, and we'll be together again. Yes, now Andrew was sure that he would not part with the boy. It's his son. DNA results aren't back yet. What's he gonna see in there? Ben is his son. He can feel it. Miranda's grandmother got up early that morning. She needs to make pancakes, granddaughter. She likes them very much. Nancy has a big event at school today. Her granddaughter is participating in a recitation contest. She's learned a nice long poem about friendship, about loyalty to Maria. She picked it up together and taught it. But my daughter had to leave, and Ben took it with her. The elderly woman sighed heavily, wiped away a running tear. Why are they so unlucky? She and Maria, herself all her life alone, my Kola and daughter had to Maria in general. It is not clear why all this punishment. After all, good, sweet, never hurt anyone in her life. Had to face such problems. Oh, what will happen? Will she never see her grandson again? She didn't shed tears. Why did they have to go through such an ordeal? Oh, Maria, I wish the Lord had heard the mother's prayers and took the trouble away from her blood. The old woman sighed heavily. She wiped away her tears. Oh, and sighing, where from the pain of physical pain that all the joints were twisted, where from the pain of mental pain, she began to make pancakes. Soon a little distracted and deftly flipped pancakes on the frying pan. Hi, Grandma. A blonde-haired girl of about 10 years old looked into the kitchen. How good does it smell in here? Miranda's grandmother shouted quite a bit. There's a stack of pancakes waiting for you. Let's get cleaned up and get to the table. It's almost time for school. I put on your eye uniform yesterday and made you some bows. We'll put the bows on. Of course, the teacher said that the dress uniform. Nodded the girl. Soon Nancy was happily eating, and Miranda's grandmother was admiring her granddaughter. She's growing up to be a beauty. She looks like Maria. Batchy will come to look at me drinking the last pancakes with a huge Frank tea. Asked Nancy. Of course I'll support you, my love, but don't worry. Read like you learned with your mama. Yes, with Mom. Nancy lowered her head, trying to hide the tears that didn't run. Grandma, do you think Mommy will come back? She would. Miranda nodded vigorously. I pray for that every day. Ben, maybe she shouldn't have taken him with her. Granddaughter, Mommy's right. It's better this way. We'll get together. We'll all still be together. She's wiping her tears now. It was Miranda's grandmother's turn, but she quickly came to her senses and with difficulty got up from the stool from the hall to the room. I had to get my granddaughter ready for school. After crossing her grandson in her wake, the old woman knelt for a long time on sick knees near the little icon. What was her heart praying for? What was her soul crying about? And Nicholas the wonder worker nonchalantly looked down from the icon. Listened and realized if he could help. Only the Lord God could decide. It came out in the process. After calming down, Grandma Miranda headed off to school. Nancy was at her best today. And not surprisingly, the girl received first place for reciting a poem in her age group. Returning grandmother and granddaughter from school. Proud Nancy carefully clutched the winner's diploma and looked joyfully at Grandma Tonia. Here would be to call Mom now to please her, said the girl. It would be good, sighed the old woman, but you can't get through. There's no connection there. Yes, I know. So they talked. They reached their yard. And they both froze in bewilderment. There was a fancy car at the gate. An unfamiliar, tall, dark bald man got out of it and walked towards them. Hello, he said. Tell me, please, Maria Holiday lives here. Who are you? Miranda's grandmother asked, a little puzzled, looking at the stranger and his car warily. My name is Andrew White. I'm an acquaintance of Maria's. I'd like to talk to her. Andrew White. The old woman gasped and clutched at her heart. That's the one. Well, I don't know if it's the same one or not. Andrew was confused by the old woman's reaction. You know, Maria is my daughter, the old woman confessed. My name is Miranda. Why did you come here? She left for you and Ben took her to you. That's why I'm here. I can't understand anything. Where is Maria? Andrew answered impatiently. I need her to explain everything to me personally. All these years I thought I didn't have a child. And now I have a son. Get Maria. No, Miranda answered quietly. You really don't know anything I don't know. Andrew shouted, and almost pitifully added, "Explain it to me." "Let's go inside." Sighing, the old woman replied, "I need a break." "Nancy, run." Opens the door. The girl, with curiosity, looked at the unfamiliar uncle, ran and forward into the yard. The old woman and her guest followed her. Andrew looked around with interest. "Lord, how shabby is everything here?" The fence is swaying. Some kind of building at the back of the yard. Probably a barn. The roof was hanging off it. And the house itself is old. I guess there's no man's hand here and no money. Although clean grass you cash in the yard, flowers in the flower beds, in the house also did not smell of wealth. Everything is old, but neat. Grandmother Miranda escorted the guest to the kitchen, sat him down at the table, put the kettle on herself. She was silent. Andrew was also silent. Both didn't know how to start a conversation. Nancy looked in and immediately ran away. "That's Maria's daughter." "I remember her talking awkwardly," Andrew asked. "Yes, that's our Nancy." "Thanks to you, she lives," with a sigh, replied Miranda. "But at least you did a good deed." "Why did you do this to my girl?" As Andrew cried out, it was only fair. "You know about surrogacy." "I know. I was against it at first, but Nancy had to be saved. I agreed to do it with my daughter on my own dime." "Who knew you'd cheat her like that?" "Ben is our joy, though. Everything was fair. She's carrying our baby. And we were counting on what she did. Ran off and faked her death and faked her death." The old lady sat on the stool, pale with surprise. "Maria definitely didn't do anything like that." "I would have known. You're slandering her." "But you and your wife took advantage of a stupid girl." "How did we take advantage?" "Maria realized she was acting as, excuse me, an incubator for our baby, and she basically took it for herself. That's how it works. And that's after we paid her." "You really don't know anything, do you?" The old woman said thoughtfully. "Would you ask your wife then?" "I can't. We divorced her and she left. And then I got an incomprehensible letter from Maria at work. You can't imagine the shock I felt. I thought Maria and the baby died in that car. I don't know anything about the car, but about Maria and the baby. Look if you don't know. My daughter told me everything when she came back to the village with a belly, crying on my shoulder. And I listened and cried too. These rich people. Why do they think they can do anything?" "Yes, speak," Andrew pleaded, and Miranda's grandmother began her story. On surrogacy, Maria was desperate. She had to save her daughter. And to be honest, she didn't fully realize the gravity of what she was doing. She'd made her mind up. The child she would carry was someone else's, yes, incubator, but she would do anything to save Nancy. When Andrew paid for the surgery while still early in the pregnancy, Maria idolized him. It was a miracle. The young woman vowed to herself that she would never do anything bad to him, and the baby would be born and given to him. Time passed, the baby developed, everything was fine. Andrew turned out to be a wonderful man. He took an interest in Maria's affairs. They often talked in the evenings. About nothing. Maria noticed that Andrew's wife, Emily, was tense, but she was calm about it. There was nothing between her and Andrew. That Emily takes little interest in the child, so not herself, because she carries him for Maria's sake, and their awakened maternal instincts. But the maternal instinct woke up, Maria's own. The more the term became, the more she realized how hard it would be for her to give the baby to the one who was now under her heart, afoot, under her ribs, pushing, turning over in her belly. But she remembered the most important thing. The baby was not hers. She had already gotten a settlement for it. Her baby girl is alive and well. That morning, Andrew left on business for another city. Maria was going to the clinic for another checkup. Emily was going to drive her. When Maria was ready to enter the room, the landlady came in. Gathered somewhat dismissively, she asked Emily, "Well, yes, I'm ready," hummed the woman and went into the room. Closed the door behind her. She stood in front of Maria and stared at her mockingly, crossing her arms over her chest. "So you are ready to give us your child?" Maria was confused. "It's your baby." "It's your baby, you fool." Emily grinned. "Fertilized your egg, not mine." "What do you mean?" "There's a contract." Maria's heart raced like a robo-chick. "That's exactly the deal, and you're gonna give us the baby anyway." Is that what you want? And I don't believe you. I'm gonna get Maria. I feel like she's about to choke with excitement. Calm down, you'll give birth before your time. Anyway, the case was like this. And Emily told that during the examination it turned out that her eggs are not vital. And it was worth a lot of work to persuade the doctor not to inform Andrew about it. She paid a considerable sum to have the doctor perform all the manipulations on Maria's eggs. At that moment, Emily thought it was the most correct decision. Andrew was on edge. He wanted children. If it didn't go well, he would just leave Natalia. And when your belly started growing, I realized I couldn't lie to the man I loved for the rest of my life, Emily said. I told him everything. And what? Maria looked at the woman with eyes full of horror. He laughed foolishly and called me. He said it didn't matter whose egg was whose. The only thing that matters is that it's our child. And even if you ever found out the truth, he'd hire the best lawyers, and you still wouldn't be allowed near the baby. Laughter. Theatrically, Emily. Yeah, that's what he's like. Why are you telling me this now? Maria whispered. I could have known nothing. Now you know, and decide for yourself, shrugged Emily. Do you understand? And I realized that I would never love that child. This whole eco thing was my husband's idea. We've lived together for so long and will continue to do so. Why do I need diapers and diapers? I was made for love and the stage. It's all so drab. Anyway, so I thought I'd give you a chance to get away with it. Do you want this baby? Of course I do. I'm carrying it around in my heart, not knowing it's mine. I loved him more than my life, and now I can't give him up. Maria said that quietly. Are you telling the truth? Oh my God. Of course I'm telling the truth. And Andrew knew it was my baby. Of course I confessed to him. It doesn't matter to him who the mother is. What matters is that we're gonna be together. Don't you hear me? I don't want a baby. Go to your own damn place and live there and raise it. You got the money and the baby's a bonus. Andrew, he'll look for it and he'll find it. Don't worry about that. I've got it all figured out. But it's none of your business. And Maria agreed with Natalia. On the way to the train station, they stopped by the clinic just in case, and the same doctor confirmed Emily's words. Yes, Maria was carrying her baby. Yes, she could have made a scene. But what would she have accomplished? The baby would have been taken away from her anyway. And now that she knew the truth, she couldn't just give it away. So she decided to go back to her mother in the village. She was very hurt that Andrew had done that to her. When he knew the truth, he could have talked to her. Maria thought they had a relationship of trust, but they didn't. What did she expect, though? He loves his wife. Yes, Maria was afraid to admit to herself that she had managed to fall in love with Andrew. And now a cruel disappointment awaited her. She would hide, disappear, dissolve. Emily. I bought her a ticket myself, put her on the train, and Maria went home with a baby under her heart. Her own baby. In the village, when they saw Maria with a belly, people were talking, wondering who had given Maria the baby. I guess she'd been twirling her tail in town, so I screwed it up. It's just a matter of life, though. Maria wasn't the first or the last, but at least she had one trailer. Now it's two. But Miranda was more or less healthy at the time. She fought back, took a bite out of her glasses. That's it. Gossip Girl. Gave birth to a healthy boy, Ben, at term, and named him Ben. And all these years she raised her children. She put her heart and soul into them. Nancy loved her little brother too. She became such a wonderful nanny. And Antonina was relieved. I guess that town girl kept her word. They're not looking for Maria. The only thing is that when she was pregnant, she went to the district center to get her passport restored. It took a long time, but then they gave her new documents. Where did you lose your passport? Maria couldn't remember. Probably when she was traveling home on the train through the village. She didn't have time for a passport. Time passed. Maria took the counting courses at the district employment center. She got a job in the office. At the same time, she entered the institute by correspondence. Home, children, work, study. I was terribly tired. But nothing, I managed. And Miranda helped around the house. Although over the years, my legs began to hurt terribly. Doctors diagnosed Arthur, and it's hard to cure it. and it takes a lot of money. And diabetes got attached to the old woman. In short, the diseases clung to her. How was she? Maria had to do more and more herself at home and in the vegetable garden. It's good that my mom at least cooks. And then she got so weak that she could hardly get out of bed in the morning. I thought it was from overexertion, from fatigue. I bought some vitamins, but they don't help. I went to the district hospital. They at first also sang about avitaminosis and daily regimen, and then Maria's tests came back, and the doctors suspected something more serious in the city she was sent. It turned out that Maria has a tumor in her head, which can only be told after surgery. Although the doctors averted their eyes, saying that by all accounts the tumor is malignant. And even if we do the operation, there's little chance. And I need a lot of money for treatment. Where do you get them? From a single mother with 2 children, with a sick mother to boot. Maria soon realized that her business wasn't good enough. What to do? The young woman imagined, like the orphan, these were her children. And what then? Take them to an orphanage. They'll take them away. Mama's sick. She won't let her have custody. And Nancy feels sorry for Ben and myself a little bit. I came across an article on the internet about an old man who lives somewhere in Dallas. He cures people. He's not a quack. Not everyone is taken for sure. But if he agrees, then a person must trust him completely to break contact with the world. A year or 2 passes and he comes back. The person is completely healthy. Maria told her mother about this article, yes. Fairy tales, our daughter shook her head. Miranda, she just siphons off money, that's all. Where did I get the money from? He doesn't charge anything for treatment, Maria objected. They write a lot of good things about him on the internet. But how is it in practice? And in reality? Until I find out for myself, resolutely answered Maria. Mom, I've made up my mind. I'm going to look for this old man. Daughter, you're so weak, but you still have the strength to try. Well, maybe you'll agree to the operation. Doctors are not fools, they're not fools either. But they've already written me off, you know. Yesterday at the clinic I was taking pills, and the nurse and the doctor were talking about me. The nurse says holiday. We need to add more painkillers. And the doctor says yes, for 2 more months. And then it won't be necessary. Mom, you know, they knew I was sitting at the door waiting for a prescription. That's what they said in town. They seem to agree to do the surgery and then they add. But you're responsible for the outcome. Nobody's vouching for this kind of surgery. How's that? Oh, my daughter, what a grief, and how did you do it? Miranda sobbed. It's okay, Mommy. Let's hope for the best. We just have to do something about Ben. Miranda then raised surprised and crying eyes at her daughter and told her what she had thought up. Mom, you have to consider both options. What if I don't come back? The guardianship will come to you. I don't think they'll let you keep 2 kids. All right, Nancy, that's more. Maybe they'll agree. Ben will definitely be taken away to an orphanage. What are we going to do? A son can't be an orphan with a living father. I'll take him to town to Andrew. He's his son. He won't do anything bad to him. Miranda was against it. How could she give her grandson to some uncle? Not happen. But Maria convinced her. She had already found out on the internet that Andrew is also a successful businessman. He's rich, and when he finds out he has a son, he should be happy. After all, he wanted him 5 years ago, Emily. But Andrew and Natalia must have divorced. Maria didn't read it on the internet. She wrote a letter to Andrew in which she confusingly explained her action. And then she talked to Ben, told him he had a daddy and he would have to live with him. You cried. Oi, what about Nancy? What about Grandma? They'll come and see you later. Maria lied. She thought she was doing the right thing, and so did I. I'll be back. I just need to recuperate a little in the hospital. Wiping away tears, specified Ben in the hospital. Hugged him Maria. Don't worry. Will they love you there? I don't want to. I need to be with you. You can't be with me, son. But I promise you that I'll always be with you in my mind. Do you believe me? He didn't say anything. He just nodded and snuggled into his mom's fragrant hair. Yes, he would do as Mom asked. The main thing is that she gets well. And he's an adult. He understands everything. He'll be patient. Maria and Ben went to the city. There she easily found the office of Andrew's firm and left her son. And then, hiding behind a tree not far from the office, watched carefully. She saw Andrew arrive. How then he came out of the bathroom and got into the car. That he would not hurt the child, she felt that with her motherly heart. And then Maria sobbed, sitting in the public garden. She had given her son away with her own hands. That's exactly what they wanted her to do. 5 years ago, she couldn't do it then. Ran away, hid. But God must have punished her, and now she has to pay the bill. Maria called her mother and told her that Ben was with Andrew and everything was fine. "Daughter, maybe you'll go to the hospital now." "Didn't she ask?" Miranda begged her. "No, Mom, I'll do as you decided on the wall. Kiss for me and tell her I love her very, very much. I promise I will do everything I can to get back to you." Barely holding back tears, Maria replied, "Just don't call me. It will be easier for me." "God bless you, my darling, my only daughter." Miranda sobbed. "May everything work out for you. I'll pray for you. My darling." "Thank you, Mommy." That was the end of their goodbye, and Maria's cell phone was never answered again. It was out of range. Apparently, she turned it off so she wouldn't tear her wounded heart out. And Nancy and Miranda said that at the hospital, her mom just wasn't picking up her cell phone, but she would definitely call and it would get easier. And Nancy began to wait. She missed her mommy and her baby brother very much. But the girl believed that Mom would be back soon, and so would Vanda. In the meantime, she will be the main helper of her grandmother to study well and please her with her successes. Andrew listened to what the old woman was telling him and could not believe that it was all true. How could it happen that his experienced businessman, intelligent man was so spent? And by whom? Emily? She got rid of Maria. But why? And then Andrew remembered his interactions with Maria. Their conversations and innocent jokes and smiles. He liked this girl for her simplicity, naivety, and purity. He was even flattered that his child was being carried by such a mother, a real mother. I remember he even asked Maria's permission several times to touch her belly, to listen to how the baby was turning there, moving a leg or a hand. Those were beautiful moments. One day, Emily saw such a scene and then made a scandal for Andrew. Like you're a surrogate trying to have an affair. What kind of affair? Emily didn't understand his feelings or the feelings of the father-to-be. He was just waiting for a miracle, but the miracle did not happen. Now Andrew understood why Emily was jealous of Maria, but she didn't show it. And when she realized that the situation could go further, she decided to act. Not but. Had she persuaded the doctors at the hospital to go on the offense? Did Ben, really my son and son Maria, confusedly said when he listened to Antonina's story. "So you knew nothing?" Miranda was surprised already. "What do you mean?" "Your wife deceived Maria, saying that you knew everything." "I didn't know anything. If I had known, I would never have taken the child away from the mother, and I would have helped always," firmly answered Andrew. "I wish Maria had talked to me then, although I realized she wouldn't have been allowed to. My wife came up with a very clever combination." Andrew began to guess that the story with the burnt-out car was not accidental either, and he had yet to find out everything. But that would come later. "Tell me, how is Ben?" Miranda asked pitifully. "My heart bleeds for my grandson." "Who did you leave him with?" "He's with my housekeeper, Svetlana." "Don't worry, she's a very nice person. She has children of her own. She knows how to communicate. She'll be fine. I bought him some toys, Lucy's clothes. My cook promised to cook all sorts of goodies. He likes dumplings." I heard Nancy's voice. The girl was standing at the door and, as it turned out, was eavesdropping. Nancy eyed at the she. "Tonya, why are you hanging your ears?" "But Ben's my brother." "I should know." Nancy threw her head down. "I'm worried too." Andrew turned to the girl and smiled confusedly. "So this is the little girl he helped 5 years ago. What a sweet little girl. How nice that everything worked out for her then. Don't worry." Andrew waved his hand at her. "Come join us. It's not like we're strangers now. We should work things out together." "Work what out?" "Careful," the girl asked. "How can we help our mother? She's used to solving everything on her own. That's the way her life has turned out. She shouldn't have trusted me, but that's all right. We'll find her and help her. Nancy nodded confidently. The girl had been guessing for the last few days that her mother hadn't gone to the hospital. Something else. And then on the internet found her correspondence with some people who wrote to her elders, explaining how to find him. Nancy told Andrew about it because she saw he was a good man, and Ben looked so much like him. "Will you show me this correspondence?" asked Andrew. "Okay," nodded the girl. "It's all written there. We have to help. We'll figure it out," Andrew promised. And a couple hours later, he left back to town. Said he'd bring Ben back soon. Or should he? He suddenly came to his senses. "It's hard enough as it is. What are you?" Miranda exclaimed, walking him to the gate. "I only now realized what a foolish thing I'd done when I agreed to go with Maria. We'll manage together somehow. And don't worry about the guardianship. The examination will be ready soon, and no one will take anyone to the orphanage," Andrew promised. "But don't get me wrong. I want to know for sure, is Ben's baby Maria? How can I prove it to you now without her?" Miranda splashed her hands. "You can give me a toothbrush on the wall. If they are their own blood, then there are no more questions," Andrew replied. There were still doubts in his heart. Had he been deceived so cleverly at the clinic? Miranda's grandmother immediately rushed into the house and soon brought out a toothbrush. Girls, just like Andrew asked. Here's more. Andrew pulled out his wallet and took out some large bills. "Take these for the first time. I also want to send a construction crew to your place. I see you have no foundation, no walls to insulate. Winter's coming." "Oh, what for?" Miranda's grandmother was embarrassed. "We can and should do it ourselves. You helped us so much with Nancy." "It was a long time ago," smiled Andrew. "Life goes on, and don't refuse help. You don't know who owes who." And he left, and Miranda's grandmother stood looking after the car. What a good man is Andrew. Yes, Ben has a decent father. I wish Maria would get well. Did thoughts of her daughter make the old woman sad again? She cried. Why was her beauty so unlucky? And now this disease. And where to find her? The first thing Andrew did in the city was to stop by the clinic where he did the DNA analysis and explained what he wanted. "I see," nodded the girl lab technician. "We'll do it, but it will take a little more time." "Do everything as it should be done." Andrew agreed. Now he did not rush things. He just wanted to document everything, and his heart was already sure. Ben is Maria's own son, and his too. He arrived home while Ben was still asleep. Andrew marveled at the first hour of the day and the baby asleep. Jenna was embarrassed, then admitted yesterday she had let the boy watch cartoons late and then fell asleep herself. Anyway, when exactly he fell asleep, Ben, she doesn't know. "Andrew, I'm sorry, but I've got a whole house and a baby to take care of. And I wanted to go to my family's house last night. I couldn't make it. And I've got kids growing up too. I can't work like this." "Yeah, Jenna, I'm sorry, you're right. I've been putting too much pressure on you," Andrew agreed. "I'll get a babysitter today, but it won't be for long. Soon I'll take Ben back to Grandma's. "Yes, Jenna. Well, there you go. Turns out I have a son, and he has a grandmother, a sister, and a mom. Only Mom still had to be found." Having said that, Andrew went to his room to change his clothes. He had to go to the office. No time to rest, and Jenna remained standing there with her mouth open. The landlord seemed to be in trouble. Who is she? Ben's mom. What's the point of guessing? He'll find out in time. Andrew called Katya into his office first thing at work. After asking about business, he got to the important question. "Kate, you have a child, don't you?" "Yes, a daughter." A little tense, Kate. "Did someone snitched to the boss that yesterday I had to take a pipe burst?" "Andrew, you're not swearing." "Only she wasn't bothering anyone here yesterday. She gave herself away." Worried, Kate told about the pipe, about the tutors, about the fact that her husband is on a business trip, and the nanny has another order. The supervisor only raised his eyebrows. Then he smiled at Kate. "Don't worry, you are. I'm not asking because you brought your daughter here. Of course, it's against the rules. But we all have force majeure. It's fine. The daycare is open today." Yeah, Kate's jaw dropped at that answer from the chief. What's the big change? Kate, you said about a nanny. Can you tell me where to find a good one? I have to go to the agency for a few days. I don't want to go to an agency. I need a trustworthy one who really loves kids. I can recommend Kelly if they're leaving the duck. She's a good one. I just need to know if she can do it. Please, I have to go today. And it's literally just for a couple of days and preferably with accommodation. And if your little girl can't be left with anyone during that time, I can take her home with me. I can't take care of 2 people. Yes, you can. I'll call her now, and then, if anything, I'll give you her coordinates. Kate nodded. Then in the waiting room, she marveled at how the boss had changed in just 24 hours. He was again, as before, open, smiling, human. That kid must have had such an effect on him. And he's the one looking for a nanny. Kelly was available and agreed. Andrew didn't like it. A former teacher on a well-deserved vacation, but still quite lively, active, modern. They met within an hour of Kate's call and talked things over. Ben should like it with her. Afterward, he set about finding Maria. First, he called all the hospitals. Maybe she changed her mind and went to the doctors after all. Or maybe she got sick on the street, but she was nowhere to be found. So she went to that old man in Dallas. Andrew did not believe in these tales of miracle cures and decided to go looking for Maria. He couldn't even explain to himself why. I mean, who was she to him? No one. No, she was the mother of his child. And he felt responsible for this poor young woman. She needs urgent medical attention, and he would pay whatever it took to treat her. And he also wanted to tell her, looking into her eyes, that he was not guilty of anything. Andrew looked at the picture he had taken from the laptop at Miranda's house. Maria's correspondence with other people on the internet. About that the elders figured out the route on the plane, and they will figure out where to look. Just need to settle all the affairs at the firm, so that during his absence everything works like clockwork. That'll take 2 days, and then we have to take him to his grandmother's bathhouse. Andrew understood that it was hard for the boy in an unfamiliar environment, even if he had the best nanny in the world. There's no one better than his grandmother and his little sister. Maria, why did you pull the kid out of his familiar environment? It's understandable, though. She didn't believe in her cure, so she saved her son from the orphanage. And it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, Andrew would never have known the whole truth and lived a lie. Toward evening, Andrew stopped by the clinic to see a well-known oncologist. He had made an appointment with him in the morning. Andrew wanted to understand what was really wrong with Maria, because he had taken the medical documents from Miranda. Maria did not take them with her, and this once again confirmed Andrew's speculation that she had left for Dallas, not hoping to return. Just left so no one would see her torment. The old man is like a placebo. What if it helps? Ethan took a long look at Maria's scans. Read the transcripts. I can see why the woman was reluctant to operate. He said, after a little silence. The tumor is in a hard-to-reach place, and there's a big risk of hitting the optic nerve. Plus, it's not clear what kind of tumor it is. The girl's mother said the doctors were leaning towards malignant. And the labs are bad. Headaches, weakness. It's all circumstantial. She needs surgery. Can you do that? I can do it. But I have a waiting list for a year. But doctor, please. Ethan thought about saying no to Andrew. He couldn't. After all, the new hospital building had been built thanks to the work of his interlocutor. I'm sorry, but this is a rather expensive operation. No, I will not take a penny, but the equipment materials. Finally, he said. I understand. Andrew interrupted him. I'll pay for everything. How much? The sum, of course, was decent. But Andrew was not embarrassed. Ethan was embarrassed when he heard that the patient had yet to be found. She's gone to Dallas. The doctor shook her head. But what kind of people are we? Why do they believe all this nonsense? Desperation, I guess. Your colleagues told her almost to her face that she was a goner. Andrew said, thank you for speaking up. You're welcome for now. You'll be sure to look for her. Time is not working in our favor. Andrew left the clinic both aggravated and worried. Yes, Maria can still be helped, but how do we find her? And that's when he decided to change his plans. He's taking the first flight to Dallas. Ben would have to live in his house without his grandmother and Nancy. Kelly watches him. Whatever Andrew says, Andrew pays her. And the business, it's working just fine as it is. He can manage without him. At night he puts Ben to bed, and Andrew kisses him gently on the top of his head. God, how wonderful is it to have a son. And in the morning he flew to Dallas and made all the necessary arrangements at work. On top of that, Andrew remembered to tell and pay for a construction crew to renovate Miranda's house. He promised. In the meantime, Emily was returning from vacation. The woman was a little disappointed with the trip. She had expected more from her new lover. He promised luxurious apartments, romantic walks on a yacht. Emily dreamed of not living on the seashore. You bet, because her next lover introduced himself to her in New York. Not just anyone, but an Arab sheikh. He came up to her after the performance and gave her a mind-blowing bouquet. So in love looked at her that Natalia just drowned in the black pool of his eyes. So she did the math. How much is his wristwatch worth? Everything in New York was great, the restaurants and the bed. Then Ahmed left, but he promised to send her a ticket to the Arab Emirates soon. He wanted to introduce Emily to his country, to his family. And he made some pretty transparent hints. I was proposing marriage, and when the email came with the plane ticket, Emily rejoiced. Fate had once again turned its beaming face on her. Things had been a little bleak lately. There were fewer and fewer roles, and the money Andrew had left her was almost gone. Where had she spent it? Yes, on a young Alfonso who dumped her not so long ago. And then Ahmed. Yes, she still had everything ahead of her. What with all these soap operas and hackneyed shows? She's about to hit Hollywood. Ahmed's gonna help her. Well, on arrival in the Arab Emirates, everything was not so rosy. Ahmed didn't meet her at the airport. He sent a cab. She drove to the hotel, where Ahmed had rented a room for her. And it was far from 5 stars. Emily was in a state of mild shock. She waited for an explanation. It's okay. She's a star, a goddess. And he put her in some shack. Ahmed arrived in the evening and without unnecessary formalities, said that Emily would be his third wife. Now they will go to meet his family. Emily raised an uproar, but a blow to the solar plexus clearly tempered her ardor. Ahmed grabbed her like a sack of potatoes and dragged her out of the hotel. No one prevented him, although Emily tried to shout for help. Everyone around her pretended not to notice. Ahmed brought her to an ordinary 3-room apartment, where in one lived his 2 wives, in another 4 children, and in the third was his bedroom. That's when Emily realized that Ahmed is not a sheikh, but an ordinary office worker. He needed a third wife because the other 2 could not cope with the household. 4 children, and one of them is pregnant again. In broken Russian, Ahmed explained to Natalia that her duties would include washing dishes, laundry, cleaning, and sometimes sleep with him. Although you are old, he said with a chuckle, but once a month I'll let you be with me. Emily's indignation was unbounded. How so? She is an actress, a star, and her servant. And who is some obscure Arab? Emily tried to make a scene, even swung to slap Ahmed. But he was more faithful, and a moment later his wife blushed on Emily's cheek. She spent the night crying on a mattress thrown on the floor by one of Ahmed's wives. And in the morning the real horror came. Ahmed left for work, locking the door behind him. 4 kids, 10 to 2 years old. All the while yelling, jumping, laughing, sometimes crying. Ahmed's wives were minding their own business, not caring about raising the children, but soon the pregnant women, apparently deciding to be a little Makarenko or some other great pedagogue, sat the worker down and began to draw with them. And before that she brought and put a full basin of dirty clothes in front of Natalia, explaining with gestures that she should go to the bathroom and wash them. Yesterday's actress, who became in an instant the third wife, was in shock. Wanted to send this nasty woman, but realized that not only Ahmed can dissolve hands, and there are 2 of them here. She went to the bathroom to look for the washing machine. She was disappointed. There was no machine. She had to do the laundry by hand. Emily couldn't take it anymore. As she screamed angrily, grabbing a mop. The whole neighborhood must have heard. The wives must have gotten tired of her screaming. Then one of them took a key out of her pocket and opened the door. Emily realized she was being chased out, and that was salvation. But how do you find an embassy in a country when you are there for the first time, and without money, documents, and phone? For a few days, Emily hobbled around to earn at least some money for food, helped washing dishes in some diner, and slept there. And then she went to the beach. That's where she met the drink peddler. He understood a little bit. He was a nice guy. He helped her get to the embassy. And now, finally, Emily's home in the Emirates. She won't tell anyone about it. It's just the way it was. And if they ask, she'll say she just didn't like Ahmed. Not her bird of preference. Already at home. Emily wondered how she was going to live her life. The money had run out. There was no offer of a movie. Working in the theater brought a small income. How could she spend all of Andrew's money so recklessly? She'd have to find a new lover. But the thought of their media sobered her. What if the new one was the forgotten old one? Yes, Andrew. Their divorce doesn't mean anything. I mean, he's always loved her. Divorced out of jealousy. But maybe he's calmed down now. Besides, Emily knew for a fact that Andrew was still single. Probably because he loves her. The conversation with the neighbor only convinced her that her thoughts were correct. She was just taking out the trash when the ubiquitous old lady from next door peeked out. "Oh, Emily's back," she sang in a sweet voice. "You look so much prettier than when you burned. Your vacation was good for you." Emily only nodded in reply. If the old woman knew what a vacation it was. "And you alone. Where's that hot brunette?" "The one who brought you roses in armfuls," winked the neighbor. "And the brunette was not my type." Emily replied with dignity and went down the stairs. "And really, why do you need him?" I heard her say, "Maybe you're still sitting with your husband?" "What husband?" Emily was surprised and turned to her neighbor. She certainly never reported about her marital status. "Yes, he came to you, looking for you. He was tall, clean-shouldered, brunette too, but not as black as the one with the roses." Andrew was here. Emily smiled happily, not hiding her joy. "He was," the neighbor nodded, "and he was very upset when he found out you'd left." "What did you say to him?" "You old fool." Emily suddenly kissed and stepped up the stairs. "Why do you swear, Emily?" "I didn't tell him anything about that black man. I told him I'd gone on vacation, and everything was exactly right." The neighbor even crossed herself and slammed the door. Emily exhaled. It is good that Andrew does not know anything about Ahmed. It would be easier to establish a relationship with him. All evening, Emily had been practicing her speech in front of Andrew, even practicing in front of the mirror. Yes, it was a very convincing portrayal of remorse. Yes, she cheated, but she realized it. And if Andrew allows to give her a second chance, then in their lives they will have a real fairy tale. She wants a baby. Yes, please. She still can, because no one can cancel. Emily had thought about the baby, of course. It was the last thing on her mind, just in case. And then she'd deal with the circumstances. Sprinkle ashes on her head in the morning. She dialed Andrew's number, and then she was disappointed. Andrew was unavailable for lunch. He appeared to be online. But as soon as Emily dialed, he was out of the area again and wherever he was. Emily decided to drive to his house at the same time and see how it was without her at the mansion. When the guard saw her at the entrance, he was speechless. Emily, alas. He muttered suddenly and smiled coquettishly at Emily. Andrew's at home. No, he's out of town. Oh, so I'll wait for him. She answered and walked past the guard, squeezing his shoulder. The huge man did not take any action. And who knows? Maybe they had already made up. There was no instruction to keep Natalia out, was there? Emily walked along the path to the house, noting that nothing much had changed here. It was still beautiful, solid, rich. So she wanted to live here again. No one answered the door for a long time. Finally, the door opened, and Emily saw an old woman with a boy of about 5 years old. Who are you? Emily wondered. I'm not Kelly. The woman answered. Who are you? I'm Andrew's wife. Dropping her head, answered Emily and also pushed back with her shoulder, did not pass into the house. I don't understand what boy whose. And I realized that it is Andrew's son, calmly answered Kelly. And if you are the wife, why do you know? What business is it of yours? Emily replied, confused, and stared at the baby. A son. From where? I don't know. I'm sorry. Let me see some ID. Why would I do that? Emily exclaimed. Who the hell are you? Jenna came out, followed by Lucy. Oh my God, Emily. The cook gasped. What are you doing here? Andrew invited me. Emily lied without remorse. And a few days ago, I could only now come. Where is he? Jenna answered on Dallas. I went. He said something. Anyway, I'll stay here until my room is free, hopefully. And to the tacit approval of the servants. She went into their former bedroom with Andrew. Emily's decided to go for the high road. She's gonna be at Andrew's feet. But you beg his forgiveness. Just a boy. Who's the kid? Where from? A terrible hunch pierced Natalia, but she decided not to act yet. She'd find out everything carefully. The boy seems to be alone. His mom's presence in the house is definitely not. At the first opportunity, Emily literally dragged Svetlana into the room. So tell me, what kind of child? She asked the maid. I do not know. She shrugged her shoulders. Jenna. Name's Ben, and he's 5 years old. What's mom's name? Maria? And sort of hearing that made Emily's heart squeeze like that. It's Maria again. How could she be here? I mean, everything worked out so well back then. Where is Maria? At the hospital, I think. Which one? And I don't know anything. You'd better ask Andrew. I will, Emily muttered. And after lying in bed, she reasoned even if this Maria, and will have some claims, then Natalia, she is definitely not a competitor. But Andrew found out about the son. What's the big deal? You still have to beg his forgiveness. He loved Natalia so much. She's no competition to her. On the other hand, it's good not to have to bring it up. There's already a son. It's the other thing. How to explain? Who was found in the car and where did Emily send the body? She had nothing to do with it. The police got it wrong. And we can blame Maria for that too? She's the one who put the whole thing together so she wouldn't give up the baby. Natalia thought her plan was pretty good. She'll improvise the details as she goes along. The main thing is to charm Andrew. And it was also necessary to establish contact with the boy, so that Andrew could see how much Emily cared for him. In general, Emily began her main epic, and not on the screen, but in life. And she must play it well. At stake is her further trouble-free existence. Except in what clinic no one knew, maybe she'll die. Well, that's just to Emily's advantage. Maria was standing in the vestibule. Now her stop would be the little station in front of Dallas. The train had been standing for 1 minute. The conductors looked anxiously at the pale as death passenger. Are you all right? Shouldn't we call an ambulance to the station? She asked Maria. No, I'm fine. Rubbing her temples, the girl replied. You'll feel better in the fresh air. I get like this. Do you get seasick? The conductor sighed sympathetically. That's a scourge of my son was so youngest and in the bus, and in the train. But it passed with age, and you never. Nodded Maria. Let the conductor better think it was seasickness. And I wanted to sympathize, and the look became pitying. Here pity I definitely do not need. The train stopped, and Maria went down with difficulty. The conductor held her down. Maybe an ambulance? She asked again. I should be met. Maria even tried to smile. Don't worry, you're doing so well. Exactly. But good luck to you do not get sick, replied the conductor already from the car, and waved Maria hand. Thank you, and all the best to you. Quietly answered the girl and waved back weakly. The train slowly floated away. Maria took a breath of air and turned around. An elderly man with a gray beard in a light shirt and light pants was walking towards her. You, Maria? Deaf? He asked. Yes, Maria answered quietly. She felt better in the fresh air and was able to get a better look at the stranger. Could it be the old man? He had answered her when she looked for a way to him, promised to meet him. Yes, it was he. Are you Christopher? She asked timidly. Christopher confirmed the old man. Let's go. We have a long way to go, and he, picking up Maria's light traveling bag, strode forward, and the girl hurried after him. She could not walk fast. Her legs felt like absorbent cotton. The old man soon noticed it and spared her the trouble. "I see you shook your head weakly and long ago. You've been on the road for a long time and you're not feeling well. I'll make you feel better," Christopher promised. And he seemed to promise good things. But his tone gave Maria goosebumps. She stopped for a second. Where had she come to? Why had she rushed for the life-saving straws? Maybe she should have gone to the hospital after all. Christopher noticed the girl's confusion. "What are you doing?" He was surprised. "Are you afraid of me or what?" "A little bit," Maria admitted. "It is I look so formidable," laughed the old man. "Don't be afraid of anything. You'll like it at my place. If I'm going to help you, I'll help you. Tell me, how many from you?" "Well, it's a bit confusing. They go back. Everybody goes back," the old man chuckled. "I feel who my power can help. I send them back immediately, but I'll help you." "Thank you," gratefully whispered Maria. They reached the old car. The old man opened the door and nodded, "Get in." Maria inside did not shrink, realizing that a new attack of Badu and will make you wait. "Don't be afraid, it doesn't rock." Understandably, nodded Christopher. "Here, drink my father." And he handed her a small plastic bottle with brown liquid. Maria twisted the cap. The liquid smelled of honey and something different. Cautiously, she tasted it, smiled deliciously. "Drink it." The old man laughed. "This is a medicine from Mother Nature." And Maria dared to take a sip, and everything swam before her eyes. She couldn't remember anything else. She woke up in a barn on a pile of straw. The moon peeked through the expensive roof. Behind the wall, some night bird screamed. Maria sat up sharply. She felt dizzy and already habitually nauseous. Where is she? What happened? Maria remembered the old man at the station machine bottle created. The old man had interfered with something. Jesus, where did she go? And more importantly, to whom? There's someone at the opposite wall. She's awake. I heard a hoarse female voice. Who is here? Maria whispered in fear. Wendy, what's your name? Maria also came to be treated. The voice grinned. Yes, what a fool. The woman stood up and walked over to Maria. Sat down next to her. The girl could see her in the moonlight. She was about 40 years old. Long blonde hair, big eyes, painfully thin. Wendy was wearing a white hoodie. Maria lowered her eyes and realized she was wearing the exact same clothes. I don't understand what's going on, she whispered and got the wrong place. I was told that Christopher cures, cold cures. So again, Wendy grinned. With fear and labor therapy. How's that? You'll find out in the morning. Don't scare the kids before they're ready. I thought I was going to die of fear when I got here too. But I'm hanging in there. It's been almost a month now. I found Christopher on the internet too. That's what they said. It's good. A kind grandpa helping selflessly and all that. But in reality, he's a real slave driver. He's a creep. He's the last one. And Wendy told her story. 2 years ago, she had some kind of suspicious mole. She had surgery, then chemo, and the disease seemed to recede. But a few months ago, it came back in a more aggressive form. Doctors again suggested chemo, but honestly said it wouldn't help for long. And then Wendy found some beautiful Christopher tales on the internet. She believed it, hesitated for a long time, and then decided to die anyway. What if it was a chance? Wendy had no family. No one would talk her out of it. So she rushed to the old man. He met her at the station, gave her some kind of drink, and then she was in the barn. And then Wendy found out how Christopher was treated. He lived with his wife in the middle of nowhere. Nearby, mountains. The house is a sturdy homestead with a high fence fenced off from curious random travelers. Protection behind that high fence. Christopher used the labor of the unfortunate people who sought his final salvation. He set up in his yard a real mini factory for the production of various souvenirs and things that tourists like to bring from Texas. His wife taught him where she could sit with the needles. But more unfortunate women did all the work. Those who couldn't knit learned quickly, because the tiles were also used. No one tried to run away. Christopher had the clever idea of employing women who were already well off. They could still do a lot of work while they were sitting there, by the way. They couldn't run away. For the big criminal ones, he gave them some kind of tincture that made their heads foggy. Are there many of them here? Maria asked with fear after listening to Wendy. It's just you and me now, and there were 2 others. Genya disappeared a week ago, and Lena disappeared 3 days ago. Where did they go? They must have died, Varia replied with a sigh. Christopher sees when a man gets weak and takes him to another barn. To die, probably. Then he gets rid of the body. I don't know how, and I don't want to know. There's a mountain river nearby, though. You know which one will carry him away faster. It turns around, throws the bones on the rocks. No one will find them. Or bury them in the taiga. My God, how many people died here? Maria? I don't know. I'll tell you one thing, he's been living here for 5 years. Camille, his wife, mentioned it once. Christopher Camille is exactly what you make up to be important. That's all. Maria cried. She was so scared. What was she going to do now? What had she done? Yes, she realized that her trip would probably be a one-way trip, but she certainly didn't expect this. Maria remembered Nancy Ben's mom and was so bitter she cried even more bitterly. Not sobbing. Wendy stroked her shoulder. After all, we're the ones who came here. And they don't mock you like that with a whip sometimes. When you work badly from these words, Maria's hair on her head started to stand on end. So she came to the good old man for treatment. No, I don't understand. But why has no one yet found out what this Christopher is doing? Wiping her tears, Maria said, After all, people disappear. Who will prove that they were here? Sighed Varia. There are no witnesses, as you understand. Well, a man went to Dallas. A sick man will die soon enough. Maybe he didn't make it. So he's reported missing, and you're talking about it so calmly. Aren't you scared? Not anymore, and you'll calm down soon. Wendy hugged the mouse. So they, sitting against the wall in the barn and forgot heavy sleep, fell to the wooden wall of the barn. In the morning, the door creaked open, and the gray-haired old man peeked in. Come out, you've had enough sleep, he shouted in a loud voice. The women obediently reached for the exit. The yard was wide. Purely a meeting. In the middle of the table, a wide awning over it. A little farther away was a good-sized house made of cargo. On the porch stood an immense size, promised Camille. Maria guessed. Babbage approached Maria and looked at her closely. Totally white, unhappily, she said to Christopher, It will not last long. Let her be like that for now. Then we'll find another, he waved away. There is still a lot of work. While the weather allows, we need to impose more, so that in winter there was something to sell. That's right, too. You don't bring those 2 faces into the house in winter. Camille nodded. They talked to each other as if neither Wendy nor Maria understood them. And that made Maria even more frightened. Like wordless animals, she. So first, they will order you to come, and then I'll give you coffins to eat, said Camille Marsh to them under the canopy. Wendy obediently went, and Maria stayed where she was. Do you need a special invitation? Shifted his eyebrows menacingly. Camille asked. I won't work for you. Quietly but firmly said Maria. Maria, why are you looking around? Scared, Wendy? Come on, it'll be worse. Did you hear what your friend says? Christopher grinned. And ideas. Or I'll fly you, I will not go. Dropping her head, answered Maria. The next second, she felt the strokes of the whip. Then another and another. My eyes went black. I felt dizzy. Maria fell. Christopher, cursing, dragged her into the barn. Where did you bring such a stiff from? Shouted Camille. It's no use, you see. She won't be anything in the itch. The old man answered her. The mouse fell into a heavy sleep. She did not hear Christopher start his car and drove away. Camille walked around the yard. Everybody was howling at Wendy, and the river and the tall cedars rumbled nearby. At this time, at a small station, a passerby at Andrew's place. From the few passers-by, he asked about a certain old man who cures, but no one had heard of such a man. They just shrugged their shoulders. Somewhere around here, he lives apart from everyone else, Andrew explained. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Only people dismissed it. But one woman suggested that Andrew was talking about an old man living with his wife in the mountains. But he doesn't heal. You've been told the wrong thing. Guy and his wife make souvenirs, things for tourists, she explained. He's kind of aloof, doesn't talk to anyone. He's a Baptist. Really? Andrew was surprised. But they say they have a house behind a high fence. Doesn't anyone know what's there? They don't let anyone in, but they make good souvenirs and knit very nice mittens and socks. Oh, there he is. The woman waved her hand in the direction of an old car. A tall old man stepped out of the car and headed leisurely towards a building with a loud name of Internet Cafe. Andrew even grinned. The old man went social networking, and then it hit him. And this is how this grandfather can look for his so-called patients. He's a murky old man, so it's obvious that it's useless to talk to him. So Andrew decided to take a little gamble. He waited until the old man came out of the cafe and slightly swaying moved towards him. "Excuse me, are you the man who heals?" he asked. Then he coughed. The old man looked at him carefully and was silent. "I read about you on the internet. How can you help me? What's wrong with you?" Finally, the old man said, "I'm oncology. My lung doctors won't do anything. They said 2 months and that's it." 2 months? You're saying that in your head?" questioned the old man. "Well, let's go. I'll help you as much as I can." At the car, he handed Andrew a bottle. Andrew opened the cap and sniffed. "Drink this tea. Will it make you feel better?" The old man smiled. Andrew took a sip and immediately coughed. "Like you were sticky," grumbled the old man. "You can't tell." He gently pushed Andrew into the seat and he fell into the cabin. Already lying on the seat, Andrew spat out the liquid he had not swallowed. Then he looked carefully out the window, opened one eye slightly, followed the route. The old man did not even turn around. Why his decoction? It works without fail. They drove for a long time. Finally, some house made of clay. A woman's voice. The old man was explaining something. Then the woman approvingly. "Aha," poked. Peeked into the parlor. "What's he like?" "That's right. We've got a new well to dig. He should be able to do it. He's huge, and you can't tell he's cancer. He's definitely sick. The hell he is. I'm gonna give him my potion just in case." "Just not in such a concentration that he can't think anything," Christopher replied. The two of them dragged Andrew into the barn. They laughed on the way, saying, "Let the house rest with jars. It will be more fun for them." "The new girl has taken up her mind," asked Christopher. "No, you shouldn't have brought her." "It's all right. I'll bring her up tomorrow. She'll start working like a sweetheart." They threw Andrew in the corner, the sheds, and left. Andrew lay down for a while and opened his eyes. It was already dark in the barn. The first stars were streaking through the holy roof. Those he heard a woman's hoarse voice. Maria hesitantly asked Andrew. "No, I'm Varia." "Maria is asleep. She's had it up to here today. Poor thing." "Where is she?" Andrew jumped up from his seat. "Here I am, weak voice." "Who are you?" "Maria, it's me. Andrew, White Andrew." The girl gasped. "How are you here? Why follow you, Maria?" Andrew walked over to the lying girl and sat down next to her in the starlight. They looked at each other confused. "How did you find me?" Maria whispered. And then she realized, "What about Ben?" "What about him?" "I left him for you. Don't worry, he and his nanny are very good women." "But I don't understand how you got here." "Oh, it's a whole story." And Andrew told Maria how he traveled to her village, how he talked to Nancy Miranda, how he looked for her. "Maria, I suspected right away that you'd gotten mixed up with some charlatan. So I came looking for you. It's not even a charlatan. A slave owner." Maria answered him quietly, "A monster of some kind," and she briefly explained what was going on here. "But I'll have them tomorrow," Andrew replied. And some tomatoes lightly hugged Maria by the shoulders. "You must be cold." "There is a little." "Thank you. I'm the one who should thank you for my son." "Maria, I didn't know anything at the time." "Emily, you were lied to." "Really, you didn't know?" Maria's voice trembled and she shook all over. "Really? Jesus, I'm freezing, Maria. Stop baking for me." "We have a son." Maria did not answer him anything, just ducked into his shoulder. Everything that was happening seemed to her like a dream. She is now next to someone whom she had never dared to think about before, and he's sitting there with his arms around her, and it seems that all the bad things in her life are gone. In the morning, the door creaks open and Christopher peeks into the barn. "You can hear me," he shouted, and immediately received a powerful blow to the jaw. It was Andrew guarding him against the wall. "And you rest now," he said, and then twisted the old man, tied him up with the rope, which just so happened to be on the wall in the barn. Camille came running to the noise. Andrew had a little trouble with her. You shouldn't hit her. Women after all. But soon the wife was by her husband's side. Andrew walked across the yard, looked around, ignoring the shouts and screams of the bound owners. In the house, he found his briefcase with his papers and his cell phone. Except the phones were no use here. Cell service wasn't picking up. Maria and Wendy's IDs were there too, along with a dozen other passports. All women. Andrew felt goosebumps running up and down his body. Ghouls took advantage of the helplessness of sick people and squeezed the last juices out of them. You should get a life sentence for that. Okay, girls, he commanded Wendy and Maria. Let's go to the nearest police station. We'll turn these bastards in, file a report on them. Let them find out what they've been up to. You're leaving, Varia whispered. And I'm staying. Varia, what are you doing? Surprised Maria. It's not good. I'm very afraid I won't make it. And where would you fit in there? You and Maria are two ahead. In the same place. Andrew answered her. You need to go to the hospital, Wendy. He convinced Wendy. They put the criminals in the back seat. The three of them got in the front and drove off, leaving the horrible yard in the past. True, at first they listened to the screams of cursing pleas of Serafima and Christopher. But Andrew promised to shut their mouths. Then they were silent. At the same station was the office of the district officer. Andrew took Serafima and Christopher there. It took him a long time to believe that what he'd heard was true. But Varia and Maria confirmed the tile marks on Maria's body spoke for themselves. Then Wendy became very bad and the ambulance came to take her away. She said goodbye to Maria, probably not to see her again. Maria thoughtfully looked after the ambulance leaving. Wendy, yes, we don't see each other in this world. But on the other, very soon, she suddenly said aloud, Why are you suddenly going to the other world? Andrew asked jokingly. Andrew, I'm sick. I wrote to you about it. And Mom probably told you too, since you were here, right? Yeah, I know all that. But Maria, I didn't tell you yesterday. The main thing is that I found a doctor who's willing to help you. Andrew exclaimed, We have to go to New York right away. To be honest, I don't believe it. I've heard so many things from doctors. I can't be helped. And I say you can be a little angry, exclaimed Andrew. Maria, at least it's a real chance. Or do you want to look for some quack again? No, to Christopher, I definitely will not survive. Maria smiled sadly and nodded. Let's go to New York. At least I can see my son. Emily in the meantime settled in her former home. Not even 24 hours later, when she started shouting at the servants with Galina Dmitrievna, they had a fight. Why did you make this damn borscht? These cutlets with potatoes. It's all so colorful, harmful. She shouted when she saw what she was going to have for lunch. If you don't like it, don't eat it. The cook replied stoically. Ben really likes baby Ben, who was happily flying already. Borscht smiled contentedly. Yes, like a grandma's. Like a grandma's before Emily clarified. You should live with your grandmother. And left the table without eating. Took and Aunt. Quietly whispered the boy behind the hatch viper, winked at him Lucy. And you eat baby. Ben don't bang your spoon, reminded Kelly. And everyone went on with their lunch. Everyone pretended that Emily didn't bother them at all. Though she'd gotten on everyone's nerves during the 24 hours she'd been here. Especially Svetlana, whom Andrew's ex-wife wanted to make her ally. But Jenna is not a stupid girl. She saw that Emily behaves as if the earth was burning under her feet. Runs into this house like a beaten dog and pretends to be the boss. No, honey. Your time is up. And Emily, locked in her room, was thinking about what to do next. Yeah, I gotta get in touch with the boy. He's a little wolfish. Although Emily can barely stand him. He should have shown up. And when Andrew gets here, he still won't return her calls. Andrew and Maria arrived in the capital in the evening. Maria, after the flight and the events she had experienced, was quite weak. Andrew decided to take her to the clinic immediately. He called Ethan. "You found the library," the doctor grinned. "Sure, bring her in. The sooner we start working on her, the better the chances of a favorable outcome." Maria passed out in the cab and into the clinic. Andrew carried her in his arms. "Save her," he begged Ethan. "She's so young. She has 2 children she has to live. I'll do everything in my power." Dryly, the doctor nodded. "And you go home. You yourself have no face, but payment tomorrow, all questions tomorrow." And the doctor literally forced Andrew out of the clinic. Maria was taken to the examination room. She was now being treated by top-notch specialists. She was in God's hands. "Ethan, he's pulled so many people out of the dead, and he's gonna save her." Maria, Maria. If then, coming to the office, C had stayed and waited for me to explain everything, then there would not be what there is now. Reasoned Andrew to himself, sitting in the cab. It's a terrible trip, meeting a crazy old man, and it's taken even more of your strength. But you hang in there, girl, hang in there. Your kids need you, and I need you. Andrew froze from his thoughts. Yes, in the short time he had been with Maria. Andrew realized how much he cared for her. He could still feel her fragile shoulders under his palms, felt her soft, silken hair touching his cheek, and his heart sank to that night in the barn when Maria slept on his shoulder. Had been some kind of revelation. She was so defenseless, and only he could shelter her from all adversity. But only if they weren't too late. If only Ethan would help her. A guard met him in the courtyard of the mansion. When he saw his master, he was a little embarrassed. "Andrew, here's the thing." He laughed a little. "What else?" "Tired?" Andrew asked. "I let Natalia in the house. She came in looking like you made up. You didn't say anything about letting her in or not." "Where is she now?" Andrew frowned. "Just at the house. Sveta told me that she behaves there as if you were not divorced. That is, she's managing. Well, it's interesting. On the catcher and the beast, as they say." Andrew hummed. "Okay, Grishin, you relax. It's okay." And he went, leaving the guard to puzzle over who is the beast and who is the catcher. Let the rich guys figure it out for themselves. Andrew stopped by Ben's first thing. He and his nanny were looking at children's magazines. "Hello," joyfully exclaimed the boy and ran up to Andrew. "Are you back? Did you find Mommy? We are going to her from Grandma's window." The little boy rushed with questions. Andrew laughed. "Oh, I don't know what to answer you. It's like this. Tomorrow you and I will go to visit Mommy in the hospital. And then I'll take you to see Grandma Tanya and Nancy." "I miss them," the boy confided. "I miss Mommy the most, but you're my good boy. Don't worry, I'll see you tomorrow. Come here, I'll give you a hug." Andrew took the boy in his arms, then lifted him a little. "Listen, why are you like this? Like I'm a stranger to the girl? I'm your family, I'm your daddy." The boy trustingly hugged him by the neck, and the touch of those small hands made Andrew's heart beat faster. "Yes, he is." "Andrew, I don't understand." Kelly interrupted their idyll. "So you don't need my services anymore? I understand the boy is leaving here tomorrow. He'll be gone for a while, but he'll be back." Andrew smiled at the old woman. "And I hope that you and I will continue to have a business relationship." "Well, that's fine with me." Ben, wonderful little man. They talked some more. Andrew put her son to bed. As Kelly was leaving the boys' bedroom, Emily glimpsed in the hallway. She already knew Andrew had arrived and was really looking forward to seeing him. Emily thought that Andrew would be surprised. He might get angry in the beginning, but she would manage to extinguish his anger. There used to be such love between them. It couldn't have disappeared without a trace. Andrew walked out of the bedroom. Emily stood by the stairs all confused, like a beaten dog. "Hello, Andrew," she said in a trembling voice. "I called you many times. Then I came here. I need to talk to you. I saw your inbox, but I didn't have time for you." "So you came to my house right away," Andrew grinned. "You have your own apartment, don't you? What do you want?" "Andrew, you're mad at me." And you're 1,000 times right. I've made so many mistakes. And I just realized that I can't be without you. Andrew, I'm sorry for everything. I love you. You do. Andrew shook his head with a grin. Andrew, I know you've been looking for me. So you think you haven't forgotten about me, and I can't. Stop it. Andrew bellowed, and immediately lowered his tone so as not to wake Ben. Enough with the comedy. You know very well that it's over between us, and it's been over for a long time. But you know, it's a good thing you came here. Now you'll explain everything to me. He grabbed Natalia by the arm and dragged her into the study. And there Emily continued to play the unhappy Andrew in love. And I felt so bad without you, without our home. Sweet Igor me. After all, we were together for so many years, and for so many years I wore huge horns. That's not true. It's all hearsay. Many envious of our happiness. And you believed it. Andrew, I love only you. Andrew sat in a chair and looked at his ex-wife. She's Leela. Tears clutched at my heart. I just realized what an ancient actress you are, didn't I? He said. And how did I not notice it before? Okay, I'm satisfied. Now I'm waiting for you to explain. How did it happen that Maria was alive? You were the one who delivered her body. Maria frowned. Emily, the one. That's what I did. Then she paid the people from the ritual. They took her back to her home village. Is it my fault I made a mistake in identifying her? You remember what was left of the body, don't you? Yeah, it's a strange story. It turns out she's alive. And this boy is in your house. So that's our son Andrew. So she's a criminal, and she should be tried. Not only did she break contracts 5 years ago, run off with our kid, but she framed some other poor girl. Maybe she nailed her and set the car on fire. And now she shows up at your house, and she wants something from you. Andrew, we need to call the police right now. She's a criminal. I'll call the police first. I wanted to hear the truth, not the fairy tale you're trying to tell me. Andrew walked over to his ex-wife and grabbed her arm. Or are you telling me everything? And then I let you go. Or I call the police, file a report, and let them handle it. I'll be in charge of the investigation from now on. And I assure you, you'll go to jail for a long time. But it's not my fault. Emily said pitifully. It's not. To begin with, you bribed the doctors to plant the embryo. Emily's face changed. She hissed and said calmly in the back of her head, Of course you did. What else could I do? Doctors rejected all my eggs. And here's this fool who agrees to anything to save her back. And everything was going so well until you started looking into it. I saw the way you looked at her. I had to get rid of her. And I told her the truth. I knew she couldn't give up her baby. And that was the right calculation. That's where the woman's corpse in the car came from. Emily sighed heavily, thinking, pacing the room, thinking about something. Then she stopped and looked at Andrew with hatred. How much do I hate you? She said quietly. You're finally telling the truth. I love you, I love you. Andrew said sarcastically. You've been saying all your life child is a child. Not paying attention to his tone, continued Emily. She had already spoken and spoken, and there was no stopping her anger. The baby was spilling out of her. What do I need that snotty puppy for? Especially from another woman. Then I put her on the train. I was able to steal her passport after checking her documents. That fool went away happy. What about her belly button now? I should have acted. You ruined a man. Andrew looked at his ex-wife in horror. Are you out of your mind? Emily laughed nervously. Why would I do that when I have billets? The day before conducting Maria, I found a suitable corpse in one of the morgues. You got hit by a car. The corpse was unclaimed. For a small fee, I managed to do it all. And the cab driver got so much money, he took off to the south somewhere. Then I built the accident. You couldn't have done it on your own. Did you have accomplices? Emily lowered her eyes to admit to her ex-husband that at that time she had an affair with a general from the organs was beyond her strength. The general helped her well, gave her people who arranged everything. He put the case on the brakes. He explained to the investigator what and how to do that unknown woman. I tried to get her buried in the nearest cemetery. That was no problem at all. He was a good man, but he died a year after the whole thing. He had a stroke. It's a shame. Emily cried a little bit then, but then she forgot. So who helped you? Andrew raised his voice. He's no longer alive, Emily admitted. Andrew only shook his head. Here, in fact, he knows everything. He didn't need the details. He'd already guessed something like that, though. Now he knows for sure. There's one thing I don't understand, he said at last. Why did you come to my house now? Aren't you ashamed to look me in the eye? My son. Andrew, I'm willing to kneel for as long as you say. I'm sorry. I've done everything for our love, for my money. You did everything, Andrew answered her sharply. And at the same time, you did not forget to sleep with other men. So get out of my house, and I don't want to see you again within a radius of 5 kilometers. Got it. Andrew, how can you do this? Another tear. Emily, don't get emotional. Think about it. I mean, we used to be good together. Until I found out about your cheating. And do you really think I can forgive you for the Maria thing? You took away 5 years of my son's life. Get out. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police, and I'll definitely file a report on you. I don't have any money. Emily whispered, None at all. What can I do to help? Andrew grinned, and thank God you're out. Go away nicely. I forgive you, but I don't think I will if you come after me or my son or Maria. Maria, so there's something between you two. I'm not mistaken. Emily exclaimed. Evil glared at her, and that's none of your business. And I'm warning you again, don't mess with us anymore. And so Emily left Andrew's mansion that night. Soon Emily sold the apartment and moved away. Where to? Why? No one ever saw her again. Andrew didn't bother to dredge up the past. It was too tedious. I mean, I had to shake down the doctors and deal with the police. Let the past be the past. The next day, Andrew and Ben went to see Maria. She was in a separate room. She'd regained consciousness. She was being prepped for surgery. Despite her weakness, Maria tried to lift herself up on the bed when she saw her son. My son, she said quietly, barely holding back her tears. Mommy, Ben exclaimed. He ran joyfully to the bed and immediately moved his eyebrows like an adult. So, Mommy, you lie down. You need to save your strength. Daddy said you'll need it. Daddy smiled through her tears and hugged her boy. Then she looked furtively at Andrew. He was standing next to her and trying to smile. He believed that everything would work out. Thank you, Maria whispered. I realized that everything in this clinic is very expensive. Don't even think about it. Thank you. Andrew replied and sat down next to her on a chair. Don't worry about anything. I will go to your mom and daughter today, call them to check on them. Daddy, you said you were taking me to see them. Don't you get it, boy? Of course I am, but it's just for a while. And then I'll take you all back to my place. I just need to get my mom fixed up. Andrew, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Maria touched his hand. Her fingers trembled. The only thing I want to ask is that if anything, you take care of Ben and Nancy, please. I know I don't have the right to ask, but my little girl, if anything happens to Mommy, has no one in the world. I told you we are all together now. Andrew answered her seriously. And don't think bad thoughts. The doctor said that everything will be fine. Maria only nodded weakly in response. In fact, Ethan did not give any favorable prognosis. He refused to talk about it at all. Everything would be clear during the operation. That day, Andrew only stopped by the office, then together with Ben went to the distant Danilova. Andrew decided that for the duration of the operation, let the boy be with his own grandmother, and then we'll see what to do. For almost the entire trip, Ben sat behind Andrew and gazed rapturously out the window. For the boy, it was the first such long trip in the car. And toward evening, when they stopped at a roadside motel, Andrew lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Andrew lay down beside him, carefully covered the boy with the blanket. Sleep, son, he whispered. And in the morning they set off again. They were in the village by lunchtime. Andrew almost passed Miranda's house. Didn't recognize him. Ben certainly didn't recognize it. Only recognized the apple trees in the orchard. Where's our house? With fear, asked the boy. And this is it, and it is only repaired, laughed Andrew, with pleasure looking at the work of the construction team. Well done, guys, and the roof was repaired, and plastic windows inserted, and the general house, and the foundation was adjusted. There was not the same old barn that writhed menacingly in the back of the homestead. In its place stood a small farm building, all to the point and to the point now. They got out of the car, out of the house, ran out Nancy, followed by her, leaning on a cane, came out and grandmother Miranda, you, and grandson my favorite, shrieked old Ben. The boy blossomed into a smile and rushed to his grandmother, to his little sister. They hugged each other, talking excitedly. Andrew stood nearby and smiled. How good it is when relatives are together. He couldn't keep Ben away from Nancy and Miranda, even if something happened to Maria. And then he mentally warned himself with Maria, and everything would be fine. Later, they were in the kitchen drinking and talking tea. Miranda thanked Andrew. Now she has a house like a toy. All the neighbors are envious. The builders wanted to rebuild the stove, but I wouldn't let them. It's already getting cold while they're assembling and disassembling. We will with a wall in the cold and soot to live in the dirt, once again will bring. And I still have a good stove. An old lady told me it'll last 5 years for sure. Let it stay that way for now. Next year, you'll need gas. I see the pipe over there in your garden. Yes, it's a pipe. It's just a road. Don't worry about that. They were silent. And when the brother and sister ran into the room, the elderly woman with anxiety and trembling in her voice asked her main question, how was her daughter? Andrew did not tell the details of the trip to Dallas, only mentioned that he had found her quickly, and the brains and the rules said that she should be treated by the right doctors. Andrew lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Andrew lay down beside him, carefully covered the boy with the blanket. Sleep, son, he whispered. And in the morning they set off again. They were in the village by lunchtime. Andrew almost passed Miranda's house. Didn't recognize him. Ben certainly didn't recognize it. Only recognized the apple trees in the orchard. Where's our house? With fear, asked the boy. And this is it, and it is only repaired, laughed Andrew, with pleasure looking at the work of the construction team. Well done, guys, and the roof was repaired, and plastic windows inserted, and the general house, and the foundation was adjusted. There was not the same old barn that writhed menacingly in the back of the homestead. In its place stood a small farm building, all to the point and to the point now. They got out of the car, out of the house, ran out Nancy, followed by her, leaning on a cane, came out and grandmother Miranda, you, and grandson my favorite, shrieked old Ben. The boy blossomed into a smile and rushed to his grandmother, to his little sister. They hugged each other, talking excitedly. Andrew stood nearby and smiled. How good it is when relatives are together. He couldn't keep Ben away from Nancy and Miranda, even if something happened to Maria. And then he mentally warned himself with Maria, and everything would be fine. Later, they were in the kitchen drinking and talking tea. Miranda thanked Andrew. Now she has a house like a toy. All the neighbors are envious. The builders wanted to rebuild the stove, but I wouldn't let them. It's already getting cold while they're assembling and disassembling. We will with a wall in the cold and soot to live in the dirt, once again will bring. And I still have a good stove. An old lady told me it'll last 5 years for sure. Let it stay that way for now. Next year, you'll need gas. I see the pipe over there in your garden. Yes, it's a pipe. It's just a road. Don't worry about that. They were silent. And when the brother and sister ran into the room, the elderly woman with anxiety and trembling in her voice asked her main question, how is her daughter? Andrew did not tell the details of the trip to Dallas, only mentioned that he had found her quickly, and the brains and the rules said that she should be treated by the right doctors. That's right, said Miranda's grandmother, wiping away her tears. That's what doctors do. Yes, the operation will be one of these days. For now, tests, preparation, Miranda. Ben, she'll stay with you for a while. Because I have a job with a nanny, of course, it is good for him. It's better with you. You're still asking. The old lady shook her hands. Ben is my family. I'm always better with him. But he wasn't. and my heart was not in place. And now I'm ready to sing songs. I have my daughter's blood with me. I wish Maria would get better. Let's hope so, nodded Andrew. He left, promising to come back soon. Miranda, after seeing him off and putting the grandchildren to bed, stood by the icon of Nicola the Wonder Worker for a long time and prayed silently. The word was indecipherable. What are they for when the prayer comes from the heart? The elderly woman thanked that her stubborn daughter was found, that she agreed to the treatment and asked for one thing to give strength to her car. A little more about the miracle. May this sore not turn out to be so terrible. The surgery was scheduled for Friday. Ethan had personally called Andrew and informed him about it. Now all we had to do was wait, but the phone was silent. Things were getting out of hand. Andrew sat and waited. Kate, seeing the chief's tension, tried to distract him somehow. She made tea or coffee. Kate, your coffee will soon come out of my ears. Suddenly, Andrew said in a pitiful voice, "Oh, I'm sorry, Arabella Kate. I can just see that you're having a hard time." "Yeah, you're right. And why is this surgery taking so long?" "It's gonna be okay. You'll see." Kate smiled encouragingly. Of course, no one knew for sure, but everyone was hopeful. By the way, the office found out Andrew and Maria's whole story from somewhere. Who? No one thought much of it. It's just that Kate kept in good touch with Larissa Petrovna, the nanny. But she told the story, which she witnessed by accident. Did not know the details, but enough of the main thing. Andrew's ex-wife brought her husband, sold a surrogate mother, who turned out to be no surrogate at all. That's how twisted the story turned out to be. The subordinates in the office were really worried about Maria, because it was she and her boy who brought them back a normal boss. Andrew had turned into a robot. Lately, finally the clinic called. Ethan tiredly said that everything went well. The tumor was taken for histology. The first analysis shows its good quality, but we still need to scrutinize it. It's so big. And it would have killed the patient anyway if it hadn't been for this surgery. So what's the fear now? Asked Andrew. Now get ready, young man. I think you have a big change ahead of you, Ethan said with a smile. Andrew thanked him and hung up the phone. Had they really succeeded? Then the phone rang again. It was the genetic testing clinic. We sent you the results of the research to the post office, said a pleasant female voice. You can familiarize yourself. Girl, you can say in your own words, asked Andrew. In principle, he was long ago did not care what the examination would show. And if in your own words, you are the biological father of the boy. The second analysis. The girl and the boy are related to each other. Thank you, thanked Andrew, and then smiled and shrugged. He already knew all that. Christmas was only a couple days away. Finally, Maria was able to leave the clinic. She was still weak, pale, but most importantly healthy. Yes, she had been through a lot. And now only a growing hedgehog on her head. She still had the occasional dizzy spell and nausea. The doctor explained that it's normal. It would all pass. Then Nancy came to meet her. Andrew with a huge bouquet of flowers. They laughed, they hugged Maria. And they were all family now. Not long ago, Andrew had moved the children and Miranda into the city. Nancy now went to a prestigious high school. Ben is in daycare. Miranda is having her joints treated by big-name doctors. They're all living together in Andrew's mansion, waiting for Maria to be discharged. Mommy, we put up such a beautiful Christmas tree. Ben was giddy with excitement. It's so huge. Out in the yard, Nancy added, We thought it was better this way. Dad suggested it. It's great. A Christmas tree, alive, and everyone's in a festive mood. Dad also bought us a Labrador puppy. I kept bragging about Ben. What a great daddy we have. Maria smiled. The best. And she stepped toward Andrew and looked him in the eye. Did I ever dream that one day I would meet someone as wonderful as you? Andrew, you're a real wizard. Thank you. I'm still learning, Andrew smiled. Oh, by the way, you still owe me something. That you're confused. You haven't answered me yet. Will you marry me? Maria laid her head on his shoulder and quietly said, You're my favorite, and only with you I want to be until the end. Of course, I agree.
subscribe, and click the bell.
Every day spring brought new surprises, but these unexpected gifts pleased and filled the heart with some kind of anticipation of happiness. Sophia, too, felt a pleasant excitement, a warmth crumbling inside. Sliding the curtains open, she opened the window and soaked in the spring scents. The air rushed into the spaciousness of the kitchen. The woman put her face up to that same ceiling and whispered, "God, it felt good." It's not for nothing they say that spring awakens the desire to live. Sophia squared his shoulders. Romance, a useful thing, but not for me. And all because for me life has long ago acquired the format of duty. The woman put the kettle on the stove and headed for the refrigerator. Footsteps sounded in the hallway, and she froze for a second from surprise. Then she said very loudly to Greg, "You almost gave your mother a heart attack. You could have sounded the alarm." I'd forgotten I had tenants. Greg's face was still wandering. Shadows flashed in their dreams, and so he smiled stupidly. "Okay, Mom, I'm going to buy a doobie of the children's world today. And every morning before leaving the room, I will remind you that you are not alone in this apartment." The young man said the last phrase like an orator completing his morning speech with vivid facial expressions and gestures. Sophia shook her head disapprovingly. "Stop clowning around. You'll be 35 soon, and you're acting like a boy. You need to settle down." "Mom, it's a trait that almost all men have. I'm talking about a tendency to do childish things. But you women don't understand that such inappropriate behavior hides courage, willingness to sacrifice, and Sophia laughed. "I get it. Your oratorical skills are good, but your vocabulary is suffering. Let's wake up your half. We'll have breakfast. Kettle's almost ready. I just have to make the sandwiches." At that moment, the kettle sounded, and the woman rushed to the stove. She didn't see her son's face contorted in a grimace of confusion. There was a long pause, and the mother turned around. "Are we fighting again?" Greg waved his arms vigorously. "No, Mommy. Molly and I are doing just fine. It's just that my wife had a little accident, and you came in late, so I didn't bother you." Sophia carefully put the kettle on for comfort. "What kind of trouble are you talking about?" Greg nervously chuckled, which was clearly not in keeping with the nature of the message. "Molly had a sudden stomachache last night. Yes, so badly that she had to call an ambulance." The woman's face turned pale, and she sank to the edge of the stylish sofa that threatened the kitchen decor. "Tell me it's something serious. She didn't happen to be in a position." Greg, I didn't expect such a reaction, and got really worried. "Mom, it's all right. We also at first thought that something, but this version immediately dropped out. So you can relax. There's nothing wrong with your sister-in-law. It's a simple appendix. She even had surgery." The mention of surgery only made Sophia's condition worse. She was panting and tears came to her eyes. "Did you call a hospital? Is it that serious?" "Mom, don't worry. The danger is over. I was up early this morning, checking on my lovely wife's health. She was operated on at 300 hours, so don't blame me for being callous." I'm sweating with excitement. "You interrogated me like I was on trial. Mothers-in-law don't usually worry about their daughters-in-law." Greg exhaled with a sense of accomplishment and headed for the fridge. "So we have that to stress over." The mother beat her son to the table. "Sit down at the table. I'll do the cooking. I have to clean up after every time you go to the fridge." Greg didn't argue and sat down at the table. "Mom, I have such a vicious appetite, probably from nerves. I was really scared when Molly got sick. I'd never been in a situation like that before." Sophia gave her son a fleeting glance. "It was a situation like that. Greg, you just forgot." Greg felt himself being burned from the inside out. His mother's words sounded reproachful, a reminder of a long-standing family tragedy, to enter now into a bickering stand that without exaggeration depended on his future. His well-being he didn't want, so the best thing an adult son could do in the situation was to switch to another topic. Greg had often used this method in his childhood, and he was eager to use it now as well. "Mammy, I've been meaning to ask you for a long time, but I haven't had the chance. Maybe you could move in with us. It's hard to run a serious business away from civilization, and not quite convenient. We have a spacious apartment for 2 people with a lot of square meters. Soon the renovation will be finished, and it will be even cozier. So think about my proposal." Sophia figured out her son's maneuvers, but she also did not want to spoil her mood in the morning. She only noticed as a victim. "You think you're going to get your mother by turning the tables? It's not gonna work. I can guess your plans by your breath." The woman quickly cleared the dishes off the table. "I've been talking about moving for a long time. I'm quite comfortable in Castle Pines, and in modern conditions you can do business from anywhere in the world, even from the North Pole." Greg passed by, not forgetting to imprint a kiss on his mother's cheek. Already from the hallway, he shouted cheerfully, "Mom, Molly in the second surgery in Ward 6. If you go, she'll bring slippers and a robe, and I'll drop by in the evening. Greg should probably bring something to eat." Greg reappeared in the cramped space of the anteroom as a humorist. The tenants themselves called the space between the hallway and the kitchen. "Mom, what are you doing? You can't eat at all after abdominal surgery. I think you can drink. You can't eat. All right, I'm off." After all, the son of the head of the company should be a role model. Sophia, as if remembering something important, made an expressive gesture. "Greg, hang on. This news about Molly's illness has completely knocked me off my game, and I forgot to warn you that from today, we will buy all consumables and fittings through a tender." "Okay, Mom. I ordered my lazy men to prepare the documents and inform the partners about the changes." The head of the company interrupted her son. "No, you take care of your direct duties, and this case I entrusted to someone else. Kevin has a wealth of experience and has a special nose for shoddy products." Greg was caught off guard because he didn't expect his mother to be so set up. An angry grimace contorted his face. "I get it. You don't have to explain. But you're counting my ego. You don't tell me that." In a burst of not-so-good feelings, the man kicked his indoor slippers, and they flew into the living room. Sophia came close to him and looked into his eyes. But it was no longer the warm gaze of a loving mother, but the cold gaze of a successful businesswoman. "You need to temper your ardor. Be thankful that I noticed the case with the past deliveries, which almost cost us our reputation." Greg instantly shrank back, and his shoulders slumped. His mother's authoritative voice as a child had suppressed his desire to resist. He couldn't forgive himself for this weakness, but he couldn't overcome it either. Sophia understood her son's state of mind. "I don't know, Greg, what prompted you to contact this dubious supplier, which is Cleopatra's firm. But I have no right to take risks. We're talking about dozens of people who work for a company that employs people with disabilities. We have a number of benefits, and I cannot allow myself or anyone else to cheat these people, to deprive them of their present and future. That's why I've made this decision. But you shouldn't take offense at me. It's best to learn from Kevin. He knows how to find an approach to even the most uncooperative partners." "Greg, Mom's boiling. Your Kevin's the biggest crook in the world, isn't he? There's no place to brand him." Sophia grinned. "Such people are called enterprising. They are very useful in business, and I strongly advise you to get Kevin's good attitude." "Mom, you're the one who just half an hour ago reminded me of my adulthood. I'm sorry, but I don't want to take lessons from your Kevin. What if he's such a great employee? It's time we put a bronze bust of him in front of our office in gold and right." The woman laughed. "Stop clowning around. I repeat, do not take offense at me. I'm doing this for your own good." Greg said nothing, but thought with irritation that his mother was again trying to create a harmonious duet. She had never spoken of him as an individual, and it was this fact that had once served to form a pile of complexes that still interfered with his life. The counterbalance used to be the half-sister, but now Molly has taken the place of the mother's favorite. The sprouts of his mother's jealousy of her own wife began to sprout in Greg's heart. Not long ago, the man realized that it would lead to nothing good, but he hadn't been able to suppress that stupid feeling yet. If Sophia had been told 5 years ago that the appearance of a provincial girl in her house would completely change her own life, she would not have believed in such statements, but further forced her mother-in-law to look at past events and current problems in a new way. The most positive moment for the mother was that the daughter-in-law taught her son to treat life with care. After all, Greg's bachelorhood had exceeded all permissible limits, and his mother often reproached him. "Greg, can't you find a nice girl? All you do is look and talk. That's how you get to gray hairs." My son was amused by such conversations, and he provoked his mother on purpose. "Mom, this image suits me fine. No obligations, you're only responsible for yourself. Life's a rush, but it's not normal. A grown man shouldn't be like a creature who is not responsible for anything." "Mom, that's your personal opinion. I have a different view, and I think it's the greatest folly for a man to voluntarily put a stigma around his neck. If you think like that, you'll be alone in your old age. Mom, you're my role model. You're single too, but I don't see any signs that you're suffering. Don't compare me to yourself. Besides, I've been married twice, as my grandmother used to say." Oh, by the way, my grandmother. Too bad you didn't get to see her. She knew all kinds of customs. She told me that in the old days they used to hang a heavy deck around their necks on Shrovetide. Greg was natively impressed by this custom. Medieval savagery. Everyone had their own opinion, but still this conversation influenced Greg, and he soon met a girl with whom he started a strong relationship. For almost 2 years, Greg and Cindy lived in a common-law marriage. Sophia hid from acquaintances that her son was cohabiting, but the young couple was not the least bit embarrassed. On the contrary, they liked free relations, and on occasion they tried to emphasize the advantages of such a union. Cindy said about it approximately as the world is changing, and a person must also fight with outdated stereotypes. Personally, I treat marriage as an unnecessary formality, although Sophia did not agree with this attitude. She tried not to interfere in the relations of the young. Cindy was from a good family, and at first she even made a positive impression on Greg's mother. But once during a frank conversation with the future mother-in-law, the girl revealed her essence, saying that the husband is a man who is obliged to fulfill any whim of his woman. Sophia was horrified by Cindy. What about love? After all, it is impossible to create something lasting without this feeling. The girl looked at her boyfriend's mother and calmly replied, "Love, carrots, and other tenderness. It's all utopia. No one needs a vestige. I told you that relations between people in modern society are now built on other principles, no matter how much the woman asked." Cindy couldn't name those principles. Sophia hoped in her heart that a union based on these incomprehensible norms would not last long. Her premonition was justified. One day, Greg came to her early in the morning and after a short greeting asked, "You won't mind if I stay with you for a week, will you?" Not a muscle in his mother's face quivered, although she guessed the reason for the sudden visit. The woman said very calmly that she might not have asked. "This is your home, and you can come here at any time of the day or night." The son hugged his mother in a burst of sincere feelings. How nice it is to have a person who understands everything without any unnecessary words. Sophia did not go into her son's soul and waited for him to tell her the reason for his separation from Cindy. "Mom, you won't believe it, but I've thought of you so often. I wanted to give it up so badly before, but I did. I don't know why I had to make such sacrifices. You can't build anything without patience, son. And for family life, that ability is essential. So why did you two split up?" "Mom, it's simple. In backyard parlance, I was elementary. Every day, she had a new dream. And for some reason, it was me who was chosen to fulfill those wishes. For a long time, I tried to convince myself that this was a temporary phenomenon. But then I realized that in the view of Leica, any man is a walking ATM or faker, able to make money out of thin air." Sophia's reasoning seemed sensible. She was even glad that her son decided to part with Cindy. The woman continued to believe that Greg would meet a girl with whom he could build a strong family. But after the separation from Cindy, the young man began to lead a dissolute life. He rented an apartment in the regional center, in which almost every day arranged noisy parties. The mother heard rumors about what the son does in his spare time, but she understood perfectly well that it was useless to reprimand a grown man. Only once she couldn't stand it and said with undisguised regret, "Greg, of course you're free to dispose of your life as you wish, but remember that one day there will come a moment when you will be, as a famous writer said, painfully hurt for the aimlessly lived days." Greg grinned wryly. "Mom, did you hit the mark? I've been feeling that way for a long time." "Then I don't understand why you don't try to change things." The young man sighed heavily. "It's easier to go with the flow, and I'm used to it." His son's frank confession shocked his mother, but she realized that she could not change his mind. The woman thought for a long time about how she could help Greg, and one day on a hunch, she went to the local temple. Sophia did not know any prayers and turned to the Mother of God with the words that were bursting from her heart. "The Queen of Heaven will intercede. Help my son. Nastasia him on the right path. I appeal to you as a loving mother worried about her child. Do not refuse your mercy." Sophia whispered the words of the prayer. Tears rolled from her eyes. An unfamiliar old woman watched her for a while, and then came closer. "Pray, my dear. Sincere words will be heard and will not go unanswered." The woman looked at the old woman, who reminded her of her long-dead grandmother. "Thank you." She leisurely walked from the church. She heart-developed, pleasant grace, inner voice encouraging, and whispered, "Sophie, everything will be fine." And again she remembered her grandmother, who always used that form of her name. The woman considered it a sign from above, because the grandmother was a very religious person. The next day, Sophia again prayed in the temple in front of the images of yesterday's old woman and did not meet her again. Surprisingly, but visits to the place of spiritual solace became regular, and every time after prayer the woman did not forget to leave some money for the needs of the temple. Perhaps her appeal was heard in heaven, or was it a coincidence? But Greg's life changed abruptly. One day he arrived at Castle Pines unannounced, along with a petite blonde. In a solemn voice he announced, "Mother, receiving guests. This is Molly through the walls." My fiancé Greg all glowed, and the mother realized that her son at this minute very happy. Molly looked at him with admiration, but was silent the whole time. Sophia was charmed by this lovely girl from the first minute. She began to fuss around her guest, trying to anticipate her every wish. "Molly, come in, make yourself at home." "Greg, what are you standing there for?" Greg was pleased that her mother was making such a big fuss over the girl. He expected a slightly different reception, and was very surprised by the warmth and even tenderness that flowed from his always strict mother. Having got a convenient moment, the young man whispered, "Mom, you do not recognize you today. You are on a roll." Sophia threw a reproachful look at her son. "How do you think I should behave to pounce on the girl with questions?" "No, Mom, keep it that way. I can see that my Molly is in shock. She's not used to this kind of attention." The guests really felt awkward the first night and acted very stiff. At every question she blushed and lowered her eyes. So Sophia decided not to embarrass the girl and to postpone the clarification of biographical data to a more favorable time. After dinner, the son approached his mother and whispered in her ear, "Mom, if you can make a bed even in Kelly's room." The woman looked at her son with surprise. "Aren't you from your mom?" Molly was brought up in the old traditions, so to speak. She wants to take things step by step in our relationship. So you decided to play along. "No, Mom, it's not a game. It's more about not insulting someone I care about." Molly is an amazing creature. She's ethereal. I confess that it gives me great pleasure just to be near her, to look into her bottomless gray eyes. I think you've fallen in love for real. A mother's heart sing with happiness. Sophia, I really wanted this shy girl, who didn't have a single gram of makeup on her face, to really feel comfortable in their apartment. She herself walked her into a room that had been empty for almost 10 years. Settle them further and feel free to contact me if there are any difficulties. Suddenly, the girl snuggled up to her for a moment. Are you two so alike? The girl said it with such sadness that Sophia realized that there had been a tragedy in the family of her son's naming just recently. She was afraid of hurting the girl and did not question her, but even herself spoke briefly about a personal misfortune. Mom died last year. She was never sick. Even colds avoided her. And then she felt so bad she couldn't get out of bed. My sister and I thought she had an infection, so we called the doctor and he said it was very bad. I guess the fresh wound hadn't healed yet, and Molly's voice trembled. Sophia hugged her. If it hurts, try not to remember. The girl burst into tears on the chest of her future mother-in-law. I try not to think, but I can't. Mom is always in front of my eyes. Everything happened so fast. In just 2 months, the disease ate her up. It's been over a year now, and we still can't get over it. And Dad still can't believe Mom's gone. They loved each other very much. He says that for him life without Mom is meaningless now. Sophia sat the girl down on the bed and sat next to her. I too suffered a terrible blow many years ago. My youngest daughter was missing. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand, even childishly. Yes, Greg told me about the accident, but not in detail. He and I have an unspoken pact not to bring it up. To be more precise, we're at odds about it, and we don't want to make things worse. Greg is certain that Kelly is dead. I know she's alive. A mother's heart can't be deceived. Molly clung to Sophia again. This is your daughter's room. Yes, everything's still here, like it was then, the last night before Kelly disappeared. Lie down, Molly. Let yourself have happy dreams. The woman didn't notice how she'd become more intimate. She kissed her son's friend as she had kissed her youngest daughter before bed. Greg was fiddling in the kitchen. Seeing the mother, he asked with a chuckle, "And what was the secret? Did you cure her?" "Nothing much." Sophia's gaze slid over her son's face and froze somewhere outside the window. "Greg, I'm not a superstitious person, but I don't think it's random. She looks so much like our Kelly." The son saw his mother on the verge of a breakdown, and in a heartbeat, Mom threw herself at him. "We had a deal." The woman smiled embarrassedly and crossed her arms over her chest. Yes, I remember. But it goes to my head. And she's almost that age. And that girl looks alike." Greg raised his voice. "There's no resemblance. Mom, are you trying to convince yourself of that? I thought things had settled down, and you're just stirring things up again." The young man spoke with obvious irritation. He nervously tapped his fingers on the capital, imitating natural stone. Had he known this would be the case and put off meeting Molly? The mother looked directly into her son's eyes, and that look made him wince, as did the woman's words. "Greg, I often catch myself thinking that you don't care at all about your sister. You talk about Kelly as if she were a piece of furniture, not a living person. And that's your sister. I'd hate to think you're so damn close." Greg realized he should say something, but his tongue felt like it was glued to his palate. Sophia looked at him one more time and went to her room. "Don't forget to turn off the kitchen light when you head to bed." The children stayed at Castle Pines for a week. Sophia became very attached to Molly during this time and was happy to tell her the secrets of her favorite homemade recipes. The two women developed a very close relationship almost immediately, which never faltered in 3 years. Molly, at any opportunity, boasted to friends and colleagues at work friendship with her mother-in-law. Sophia is an extraordinary woman. She destroys all the stereotypes that are attributed to mother-in-law. You may not believe me, but she replaced my mother. I'm very grateful to her for that. Representatives of the pessimist clan assured that such attachment is temporary, because any mother will always be on the side of her son. But Greg himself, too, was horrified to notice that his young wife was taking more and more possession of his precious mother's heart every day. The Central District Hospital in Castle Pines was a modern complex, packed with the most advanced equipment. But the main value of the hospital was its personnel. Immediately after its opening, not only medical graduates, but also doctors with rich practical experience rushed here. Every time. Passing by the hospital, Sophia thought if it had appeared in our city 10 years earlier, maybe my mom would still be alive. But as they say, fate cannot be ridden on a horse. And this very fate of a successful businesswoman was not easy. Sophia's childhood was really happy. She was the only child in the family, so the love of her parents and grandmother completely went to her alone. Anthony, the girl's father, worked as a foreman at a construction site. He told his daughter about the cities that would surely grow in the vast country. Sophia listened to her father with her mouth open, and then pelted him with her childish questions. "Daddy, when these cities appear, we will be given a big apartment." In those years, there was an acute shortage of normal housing. Most families stood in line for an apartment for decades, but there was little hope of getting their rightful square meters in their lifetime. So those citizens who had a little more money joined a cooperative. Anthony also decided to use this way of improving his living conditions. He once told his wife and daughter, "Girls, I've been thinking at my leisure and decided that we also need to do something about housing. How long can we stay in this room? Because there's been talk of cooperative housing in the family for a long time." Betty immediately objected. "Anthony, you said yourself that the cooperative is an eternal bondage. We'll be paying for it all our lives." The man looked at his wife enigmatically. "It's okay. We'll get by. I was offered a good position here, which means that I will receive almost twice as much." The woman wouldn't give up. "Anthony, what if something happened to you? God forbid. What are we going to do then? I don't think we should rush. The crew is moving forward, and in 5 years we'll get an apartment." "Betty, I'm not dreaming. You know very well that it's an almost unattainable goal to get public housing, and 5 years is not 5 years. We'll live in a dormitory until the end of our lives and grow old in this room among the mold-covered walls." The woman wouldn't give up. "We could live at my mom's house." "It's not like that. I've offered you many times, but you're as stubborn as a donkey." Sophia watched the argument between her parents, and at the very moment when her mother mentioned the willful animal, she resolutely took her father's side. "Mom, you said we shouldn't call names. You yourself called Daddy a bad word. I also think we should buy an apartment." The 5-year-old girl so colorfully expressed her opinion that her parents could not resist laughing. When the fit of hilarity passed, Anthony, nodding at his daughter, said to his wife, "And see, Betty, Sophia herself decided everything for us. By the way, contrary to your Philistine beliefs, getting into a cooperative today is not so easy. People have money, and many want to invest their savings in housing." The woman asked with undisguised snideness, "Wondering how you will get in?" The man smiled, "And as a worker in the construction industry, I am entitled to benefits. We're already on the list, and now we have until the end of the month to make the first installment." Betty shook her hands. "Anthony, where are we going to get that kind of money? I wonder what you were thinking when you decided to take this gamble." The man shouted smugly without panic, "We have the money. We'll take it from the amount set aside to buy Anthony's car. But our turn is coming up, and if we get out of line now, we'll have to get in again." Sophia saw that her mother was ready to cry and started to calm her down. "Mommy, don't cry. We'll buy a car later." "Really, Daddy?" The woman looked at her daughter, then at her husband. "Yes, you're conspiring against me. Do what you want, but only then blame yourselves." Anthony gave his face a serious expression. "All Betty. No more tears and recriminations. Let's consider this matter closed. As the head of our small family, I believe that for us today is more important than an apartment, a car. Unfortunately, in our country, personal transportation is still a luxury, not a means of rapid movement." Because the score was not in her favor, Betty had to give up and say goodbye until better times to the dream of buying her own car. But long after the momentous conversation with her husband, she often helped out in the kitchen. "Everyone will get free public housing by the year 2000, and we will pay." An act worthy of idiots, Of course, Anthony knew about his wife's sentiments, but pretended not to notice it. And soon Betty herself got used to the idea that they would live in a cooperative apartment and would have to pay for all the fun out of their own pockets. In less than 2 years, the 9-story high-rise was completed, and the family moved into a spacious 3-room apartment. Betty couldn't believe her happiness. My God, here, and the stove, and imported in the bathroom, all to the movie maid. She liked the fancy wallpaper, but what really delighted the woman was the presence of the Anthony Loggia. This is where you can store all the things you can't bear to throw away. The man held up his index finger in mourning. I have to disappoint you, because storing junk is not. By the way, it is considered a violation, and the owners risk a hefty fine. While the parents were arguing about where and what to store in the apartment, Sophia silently surveyed the new space. The girl was amazed by the spaciousness, but what shocked her the most was having her own room. It took her several years to get used to the new conditions, so moving into a new apartment took a central place in Sophia's life. This event became a kind of starting point for all the changes that took place afterwards. But the happiness of the Belsky family was short-lived. When Sophia entered the 7th grade, Anthony was seriously injured at work. For several months, the man lay bedridden in the hospital. In those days, Castle Pines residents were treated in an old building that was in need of major repairs. The conditions there were therefore appalling. Betty stayed with her husband around the clock, and it was only through her efforts that the man regained partial ability to move. Of course, after such a serious injury, it was out of the question to return to the previous place of work. The family hoped that the victim would receive at least some compensation for the damage to his health. But the construction organization, where Anthony worked, refused to admit that the accident occurred because of the negligent attitude to the safety of workers. The management shifted all the blame on the shoulders of the victim. Litigation began, which the man took very hard. He became angry and irritable and began to drink frequently. Betty tried to talk some sense into Anthony. You said yourself that hardship hardens a man, and you gave up without a fight. Betty, look at me. I'm not much of a fighter. I can barely move around the apartment. I don't get much in disability. What the hell kind of toughness is that? It's time to get drunk and forget. Arguments like this happened almost daily. As time went on, so did the financial difficulties. Betty worked her ass off at work. But her meager salary was not even enough for a modest meal, let alone other expenses. One day, she started an uncomfortable conversation. My dears, I've been thinking a lot, and I've come to the conclusion that this apartment is a great luxury for us. Sophia was terrified. Mom, what do you want? Back to the dorm. Why go to such extremes? We can move in with Grandma for a while. No, I won't live in a hut on chicken legs. And how will Daddy be in such conditions? Granny has everything outside, toilet and water. Betty mumbled confusedly. I hadn't thought of that. But there's another option, to exchange our apartment for a smaller one. Anthony had been silent up to that point, but when his wife brought up the exchange, he confidently told Betty to stop. There's not much left to pay off. The woman screamed hysterically at Anthony. We don't have enough to eat, and you keep telling us to wait. If this keeps up, we're gonna die. Betty, don't yell. I'll figure something out, but don't be in a hurry to sell the apartment. Mark my word, that soon will begin such processes that their own home will be the highest measure of security. I was not surprised by such a long monologue of my father, because his disability made him sullen and not talkative. Many times the man made attempts to find a use for his strength, but everything turned out to be a failure. To get out of his chronic lack of money, Betty worked double shifts. The woman would come home and collapse from exhaustion. I don't know how much strength I have left. My life doesn't feel like a normal race. I've seen a motorcyclist at the circus run up the wall. If he suddenly slows down, he'll fall off and get smashed to bits. I feel like I'm in the shoes of such a motorcyclist. Sophia did not pay much attention to such reasoning of her mother, but tried to ease the plight of her parents and often helped her after school in the sewing shop, where Betty had been working for many years, sewing blankets and bed linen. Sophia quickly mastered the technique and often sat behind the car instead of her mother. The women were murmuring behind her back, "Good girl, she's helping her mother, just as long as she doesn't get caught by the bosses." But someone must have snitched, called Sophia, and the shop steward caught Sophia in the act one day. She hurled insults at her mother. "Betty, what are you doing? You haven't been yourself lately, and I have a suspicion. Have you been drinking with your crippled husband?" Such a statement sounded insulting, but the mother kept silent, lowered her eyes, and clutched her daughter's hand tightly. By this, she made Sophia realize that she should keep silent and bear it. And Sophia at first obeyed her mother's wish, but then she decided to be cunning. She put a subservient smile on her face and turned to the forewoman. "Evelyn, don't scold Mom. It's my fault. I talked her into it. You know I'd love to work for you. I love it here. I'm in awe of machines that do their own work." Sophia was praising the production at every turn, and the boss looked at her, pulling her eyes out. When the girl stopped, Evelyn said with heartfelt awe, "Good girl, we need people like that. You can come when you have free time and desire to learn a profession. And after graduation, I promise you employment." Of course, Sophia didn't earn any money, but her mother received monthly bonuses. So with Sophia's help, the family regained a more or less stable position. And soon Anthony himself, not without the help of friends, found a job. All the years of being on disability, the man practiced hard, and such diligence yielded results. Anthony began to walk a little with the help of a cane. Before that, he moved on crutches and sometimes used a wheelchair. One day, his father came home and happily announced that the girls were hiring me. Betty was surprised. "Who's got the hots for you? They recommended me to a company to guard a warehouse. Work doesn't beat lying down." In honor of such an event, Betty even decided to organize a party in the house. In the evening, when the guests went home, she raised her eyes to the ceiling and quietly said to her daughter Sunny, "God must have heard my prayers. Maybe he'll give us at least a quiet life." Anthony only worked for a couple months. One morning, he didn't come back from duty. On her mother's orders, Sophia ran to the warehouses to see if her father was drinking with his friends again. But the old lady girl found already cocknut father's body. Doctors then said that death came instantly because some vessel exploded. It was a terrible blow, and Betty couldn't take it this time. Working for their pestilence and the death of her husband became a fertile ground for the development of diabetes mellitus. The disease proceeded in a severe form, and by the age of 50, the woman was almost blind. Sophia's grandmother liked to repeat, "If trouble came from the yard and the gate," and prepare to take a lot of misfortunes. As a child, she did not realize the true meaning of this proverb. Only left alone with a pile of problems and a sick mother, the girl felt the meaning of this common phrase. If earlier she still allowed herself to dream about the future, about studying at an institute or at least a professional college, then after the death of her father, all hopes collapsed. Sophia even had to give up the graduation party at school because she had nothing to buy a decent dress and shoes with. The girl received her diploma and the next day went to the garment factory where her mother used to work. Evelyn met her kindly. "Our gold Sophia, how nice to see you. Are you just checking up on us, or are you here on business?" The girl Lipatova on business Evelyn and briefly recounted the essence of her problem. The head of the workshop invited her to her office. "Come, let's talk, because it's too noisy here and there are a lot of extra ears." The last remark the woman made was not in vain. Sophia noticed that her appearance had aroused a lot of interest in the female staff. She followed Evelyn into a small room with a single window. The lady of the room got right down to business. "Of course I'll help you, because your mother has done so much for our enterprise. But I must warn you that perhaps our shop will soon be closed down or sold. There are such talks, but nothing can be fixed, because nobody needs unprofitable enterprises. This is the oil picture. So if you have other options, it is better not to take risks. But Sophia had no such options, and she stayed at the factory until the very end of the existence of this once successful production. They closed the factory just before Christmas, paying the workers a small compensation. Sophia didn't know how to tell her mother that she was out of work, but Betty understood. "Sophia, don't cry. I've known for a long time that our office would be shut down one day. It was coming. Don't despair. We're not going down with you. We'll sell Grandma's house. There are buyers already. We'll see what happens." The money from the sale of this old house in the suburbs was not enough for long, and Castle Pines was in a time of chronic unemployment. Sophia ran for temporary part-time jobs, but the situation was getting worse by the day. Once again, a mother helped with advice. "The daughter will allow Evelyn too. She is kind, always helped everyone, and swore only to maintain authority." Sophia was surprised. "I wonder, and how your former boss will help us." "Oh, you. I'm sick to my stomach. I spend most of my time in my apartment, sitting by the window, and I can still keep up with the events in the country. Haven't you heard that everyone's rushing into cooperatives now? It's a time when you have to seize the moment. A lot of people I know have gone into commerce. What can I say? Strange things are happening around here. Not so long ago, they were kicking out drug dealers, and even gave them jail sentences. But now you can freely sell whatever you want." The girl listened to her mother, but didn't understand what she was getting at. "Mom, what does this have to do with your Evelyn? Because she's had a career change too. Now she goes to Poland or something and brings back fancy things. Talk to her, see if she'd be willing to help." Sophia found the former head of the sewing factory at the market, but the girl did not immediately recognize in the broken but brightly painted saleswoman always pull up Evelyn. She was the first to call out to her. "Sophia, hi. Where you headed? You looking to buy something? Or are you looking for someone?" The girl said, "I'm looking for you, Evelyn." There's a problem with the tone again. A note of concern could be heard in the woman's voice, and Sophia felt uncomfortable. But it was too late to retreat, and she, with a vacantly cheerful net, informed an old acquaintance. "Yes, there is such a thing. I apologize for daring to bother you, but there's no one else to turn to. My mom and I were left with a broken home. We had to sell Grandma's house for next to nothing. But the money was barely enough for a year. There's no work in town, and I can't leave my mom alone. Maybe you can tell me where I can get a job." Evelyn gave the girl an appraising look. "You know what, baby, come to me as my assistant. I'm not really comfortable with the goods, and then stand here. My system is well organized, so there won't be any problems." Sophia, not listening to her benefactor, did not agree. "I'm fine with it. I will do whatever you say." Evelyn shook her head. "You didn't even ask about the salary. That's the most important thing in this business. I don't care, as long as I have enough for my bread. There's enough for bread and even butter and sausage. If you obey me, I'll pay you by the piece. That is, it depends on sales." Since Sophia did not yet have the necessary life experience, she did not go into the intricacies of entrepreneurship. That same day, she and a group of local officials went to Denver to pick up the goods. Before the trip, Evelyn gave Sophia detailed instructions while keeping an eye on the intern, and instructed the driver to make sure there were no hiccups anywhere, and helped the girls. The handsome brunette, and threw Sophia a searing glance in her direction. "Don't worry, Evelyn. I promise everything will be all right." The young man was the owner of the name Leo. He had immediately set his eyes on the pretty assistant of the hostess and entertained her with incredible stories all the way. Sophia did not enjoy the attention of guys at school, so she looked at Leo as a down-to-earth deity. Of course, that first day, she couldn't even guess how her infatuation would end. The young man had helped her stock up on supplies and then loaded the bags into the car himself. To learn. With envy watched this scene, one woman did not hold back. "How touching. It reminds me of my youth. Sophia, don't miss out on such a prominent beau. It's rare to find such nice guys these days." The girl is not used to such remarks, and blushed. This moment did not escape Leo. Without paying attention to them, these ladies have been through fire and water. They will still say so much that you will get tired of being surprised. Indeed, all the way back the women told jokes. And at the end, they started telling obscene stories. Sophia did not have to be in such company. And she blushed. Then pale Leo paid absolutely no attention to the obscene talk of the goods and only occasionally winked at the girl. Evelyn was pleased with the assortment of goods Sophia had brought. "You're a good girl. Do you have a sense of taste? These people are ready to give everything they have in their wallets for imported rags. That's why the main rule in our business is to please the customer." Sophia caught everything her mistress said on the fly. The girl quickly mastered the peculiarities of market trading, and Evelyn encouraged her to sell even non-liquid goods. The efforts of the novice merchant were positively reflected in the household. The refrigerator was once again stocked with quality products, and Betty was able to receive full treatment. There were changes in Sophia's personal life as well. The joint trips brought the girl closer to Leo, and she accepted his advances with undisguised pleasure. The hostess also noticed that her driver did not leave her assistant. Guided by the best intentions, Evelyn decided to hurry up the young man. "Leo, you're acting like an inexperienced boy. Women like determined men. If you walk like a bull and moo, she'll sleepily find another beau." This advice was given publicly, right in the marketplace. Frill-seeking commodities broke up with laughter, and the couple in love did not know where to escape from the attention of everyone. Apparently, in retaliation to the women or because of the desire to prove that he is a real man, immediately without leaving the counter, made Sophia an offer. Quite original in form. "Why, Sophia, marry me. We'll improve the country's demographics together. I don't promise golden mountains, but you won't get bored with me." The humorous tone and inappropriate situation did not embarrass the girl. She immediately agreed to marry a man she knew almost nothing about. Sophia was shocked when her daughter told her the news. "Sophia, you can't do that. Marriage is a serious step in every woman's life. You don't know anything about it, Leo." Sophia didn't expect such a reaction from her mother. She started to calm her down. "Helen's mom is very nice. He doesn't even smoke and does sports, and I think I love him." Betty cried. "She thinks you're not even sure how you feel. How are you going to live your life? Without me, you'll be lost." And then Betty said with childlike naivete, "Mom, I'm not going anywhere. We have a big apartment. Helen's renting a room from an old lady, and you don't mind if he moves in with us." Betty reluctantly agreed to a shared living arrangement, but she'd disliked her son-in-law from day one. But he returned the favor, so Sophia often had to play the role of referee during the verbal fights that often took place in the kitchen. One day, when her son-in-law was not at home, Betty said to her daughter Sophia, "Can't you see that your husband isn't who he says he is? It's written all over his face, and I know in my heart that your marriage is going to end." Sadly, the girl has a grudge against her mother. "Thank you, Mommy, for your good wishes. You're used to thinking only about yourself. That's why you don't like everything I do." After this exchange of revelations, the daughter and mother stopped talking for a long time. Betty thought out a bit. It wasn't until Greg was born that the little grandson became the meaning of life for the sick woman. He, too, rejoiced at the birth of his son and made grand plans for the future. In an optimistic stroke, he promised his wife Sophia, "We will soon live like they show in the movies. We will build a 2-story house with a swimming pool, buy a luxury car. She will go to an elite school." Sophia wanted to believe in these bright prospects, but these plans were not destined to come true, because Leo got involved in a dirty story. Sophia remembered that winter day when masked men burst into their apartment and dragged her husband out of bed. The little son was screaming in fright, and the law enforcers, ignoring the children's cries, laid her husband face down on the floor and twisted his hands behind his back. The young woman instinctively rushed to the aid of her beloved with a shout, "What are you doing? You are treating him for the time being." But one of the aliens roughly pushed her away. Sophia hit her head painfully against the wall, so she could not hear well how her husband promised her Sophia in parting. "I will definitely come back. You just wait for me." Neighbors watched from the windows as men in camouflage led them Helen with the Hall long back arms to the car. A few days later, rumors spread through the neighborhood that Sophia's husband was involved in the death of a prominent businessman. Acquaintances began to avoid Betty and Sophia, and friends and distant relatives stopped answering their calls. Even Evelyn, embarrassed, once said, "You realize that this is a rather delicate situation. You can't go against public opinion. So you and I are going to have to part ways. There's too much at stake, and I can't risk my reputation. Besides, I'm going to buy a little store in the region." The landlady paid the girl a substantial compensation and made it clear that all relations between them. From that moment on, all relations between them were terminated. Later, Sophia learned that Evelyn had become the owner of a chain of stores selling branded clothes. Helen was given 10 years in a strict regime colony. The young woman did not want to hear about this person anymore and changed her surname to her maiden name. The housing cooperative also had to make new documents. Only the patronymic was left from the native father. Public opinion affected the life of the young woman. She unsuccessfully searched for a permanent job, contenting herself with casual earnings, but the heaviest blow was the death of her mother. Betty's condition deteriorated sharply and required expensive medicines, for which the daughter had no money. Black clouds again thickened over the head of the young woman, and she no longer believed that the sun would again smile on her bright streets. Man is an amazing creature. He gets used to even the most unbearable conditions of life. Sophia, too, quickly got used to her new status, and against reasonable logic, she even managed to use this unfavorable circumstance to her advantage. After all, she had to survive not only on her own, but also to raise her son, and that required money. And she didn't have any. There was no one to consult with, and the woman was in total despair. One day, she went straight to the city administration. The officials were surprised by the visit of such an ambiguous person, but no one wanted to take responsibility. Sophia was now running around the offices until she realized that it would do nothing. She was ready to give up and go home with nothing, when an inner voice quietly whispered to her, "Sophia, go to the mayor himself, otherwise nothing will work." The woman timidly opened the reception door, but the receptionist looked at her menacingly. "You have to make an appointment to see the mayor." Sophia asked then to make an appointment for me. The receptionist pierced her again with an unfriendly look. "What's the job for?" "I can't find a job. And I have a young son. Everybody has kids. And William is very busy. He can't deal with every single mom separately. Go to the deputy. Or do you want to go to social services?" "Yeah, I've already been to all the offices." The secretary even got up from her spinning wheel in indignation. "Vasia is a chairwoman. Don't yell here. I told you to go to the deputy. It's just next door across from the reception area." But Sophia did not follow the secretary's advice. It was lunchtime, and the woman and her young son were sitting in a corner near the reception area. Greg was enthusiastically engaged in his car, whose wheels kept falling off, so it could not move. The boy rattled the wheels under his nose with the tenacity of a donkey and then tested the toy. Sophia watched her son, and her heart fluttered with pity for the child. "And what, son? There will be a holiday on our street. And then I'll buy you a bicycle and a bunch of different cars." The boy distracted from his occupation. "Mom, it will be soon." The woman did not have time to answer, because at that moment a whole group of people appeared in the corridor. Greg exhaled with admiration. "Wow. Mom, look what cool pictures they have." The son called the professional cameras that were in the hands of two men from this group. The woman did not have time to think about the purpose for which she had come to the administration of this delegation, as the door of the reception room opened sharply, and the mayor, flashing a flawless smile, came out to the guests. "Come in. It is a pleasure to have our humble Castle Pines honored with media attention." A hunch flashed through Sophia's mind. It was the television crew. What happened next was spontaneous. The young mother had not expected herself to be so bold. She jumped out of her hiding place, interrupting the exchange of pleasantries between the mayor and the media. "William, you're the only one who can help me." The mayor's eyes went beyond orbits, and his two aides tried to push back the insolent. "Excuse me, hospital," but cameras were clicking on all sides. And a cheerful male voice pronounced, "Today, when democratic principles have become the norm of everyday life, representatives of local authorities try to be closer to the people." The mayor of small Castle Pines is no stranger to the aspirations of ordinary people who can ask for help at any time. Our film crew was lucky because we witnessed such an action. Good mercy. This is a young resident of the city, appealed to the mayor of William. After all, someone slipped the microphone. Sophia card, and then a cheerful voice asked, "Tell me, what brings you to the city administration today?" Sophia felt how bad. That pushes up to her throat. Dozens of eyes stared at her uninterruptedly, and the cameras made an unpleasant beeping sound. The mayor was expecting a response too, but his look didn't bode well. Behind him, someone whispered in a panic, "Woman, don't be silent. Say something." Unexpectedly, Greg answered for his mother. The boy stretched out his hand to the microphone and loudly announced that my mother and I had come from work. My grandmother died, and my dad went somewhere else. This answer of the child caused indescribable delight among those present. Even the head of the administration smiled, and the young reporter jumped up to Sophia and whispered to the cameraman, "Take a close-up of the boys." He then asked a few simple questions to the kid, and I didn't even stumble once while answering. Everyone looked at the boy with emotion. Then the microphone was passed to the mayor, and he confidently promised a solution to the citizens' issue. "I will take it under my personal control. The administration of Castle Pines will try to do everything possible to eliminate the existing problem. After all, the main task of the authorities is to improve the lives of ordinary people. And that's why we try to understand the problems of every citizen." The young reporter was happy to pick up on it, and we will follow the development of events. Sophia could not come to her senses for a long time, despite the fact that the cameras were already turned off. The aides escorted the woman and child to the mayor's office, and the head of the district smiled kindly at the woman. "Well, Sophia, you've caused quite a stir in our sleepy little town, but I have to say, your impromptu speech was a great success, although I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. But I can tell you, you were definitely in the right place at the right time tonight. To be honest, I was stunned by your sudden exit, and your little boy deserves a special commendation. Well done. He's a little boy, but he's already standing up for his mom. Give me your 5. Greg extended his hand to the mayor. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he felt important and proud of what he had done. The mayor once again promised the young mom to get her a job. On the same day in the evening, a report with their participation was shown on TV. Not even 10 minutes after the news, the home phone began to ring. The most surprising thing was that the first to remind of themselves were those who had not so long ago denied her friendship. But the main events awaited Sophia ahead. The next morning at exactly 9 o'clock, she received a call from the administration and was asked to come urgently to the office of the deputy mayor. The official met the woman with a smile on duty. "We discussed all the options with William yesterday. How do you feel about business?" This direct question should have caused the woman confusion, but she immediately answered positively. "I helped my landlady at one time, but she left Castle Pines for the regional center. She has a chain of stores there." The official happily interrupted the visitor. "You see, as they say, desire and labor will overcome everything. Moreover, you have experience, but I have no education. Education is something that comes with the job. Today, everyone studies by correspondence, and there is nothing to prevent you from following this example." The deputy mayor talked a lot about the prospects of life in his native Castle Pines, and at the very end of his speech offered the single mom to join the ranks of local entrepreneurs. The sewing shop where you used to work has been idle for several years. Soon there will be an auction, and the enterprise will go under the hammer. I admit that the administration has tried many times to find a good owner, but we have no luck with the buyer. No one can withstand even the insurance period. They think that investments in this enterprise will not justify themselves. Of course, there are difficulties, but you can't do without them in any business. A good owner or hostess will be able to find the key to the lock with a secret. Sophia realized that the deputy mayor was talking about her as a future business owner. She exclaimed in despair, "But I can't do it. And then I don't have any money." The official rubbed his hands together. "You can do it, and we'll help you. Especially since the case has gotten a lot of publicity. And now the TV crews won't be able to get away from us. I'm sure it won't be a week. How will you get voluntary sponsors? That's the kind of people we have in this country. They will give their last ruble for a good cause." The deputy mayor turned out to be right, and the young entrepreneur dared to start from scratch. They began to write articles about their business. Several times Sophia was invited to television. Patrons of the arts were also active, willing to help the enterprising woman. Max was among the voluntary helpers. Sophia always remembered her second husband with awe. But Greg, unlike his mother, even after many years thought of the workers with hatred. The morning talk had awakened these unpleasant feelings in his soul, and he showed up at the office already on edge. Wanting to put his thoughts in order a little, he headed for his office. But no sooner had Greg opened the door than he heard the cheerful voice of Kevin. "Greg, are you late today? I've been waiting for you." The last thing he wanted to do now was to listen to the head of the supply department. So Greg made a short arrangement. "My wife got sick last night and was taken to the hospital by ambulance." Kevin's face changed. "And what happened to your wife? If it's a secret, you don't have to tell me." "I realize you can't tell me everything about family matters. There's nothing secret. Molly never complained of appendicitis, and then suddenly it kicked in. Sophia must have gone to visit her sister-in-law this morning. That's why I see she's late. Greg, you have an extraordinary mom. Are you lucky to have her?" Greg wrinkled his nose. "Kevin, I know all about my mother. If it's a matter of business, why did you just let your thorns out? Did I step on your tail? Kevin, let's not turn my office into a place for unnecessary discussion." Kevin took offense, as evidenced by his flaring ears and unkind eyes. He said emphatically formally, "All right, Greg, let's switch to the business language of communication. If you are not already aware of it, I have to inform you that Sophia has instructed our department to buy materials and fittings." Greg impatiently interrupted. "I am aware of that. If that's all you wanted to tell me, I dare not detain you any longer." Kevin minted separately every syllable. "You're wasting your breath, Greg. To me it's a very narrow neck, and not everyone can get out." "Greg Boyle, are you threatening me?" "God forbid. Absolutely not. As a delicate man, I just want to draw your attention to one very important point. You don't shit where you feed." The last words Kevin said, clearly alluding to his failed deal. "I warned you it was dangerous to mess with Cleopatra. And you didn't believe Uncle Kevin. Be thankful your mother doesn't know you're being arbitrary. I am a deeply decent man and do not engage in whistleblowing." Greg felt cold sweat rolling down his back in large data. Barely audible, he whispered, "Thank you, Konstantinovich." Kevin headed for the exit, but the very doors turned around Greg. "Do you want some ethical advice? Keep it simple, and people will be attracted to you." Kevin closed the door behind him, and Greg sat down in the chair, leaving his head back. "What day is it? Molly gave out a number tonight. Then my mom surprised me. And now Kevin's trying to teach me about life. How much does he look like my dead stepfather?" The wheel of memory has turned again this morning and taken a turn back in time. And, as the song goes, Greg took a trip down the waves of his memory. In his 80s, Greg perceived everything that happened in the most vivid colors. It's adults who can color life in halftones. But children are clear, day and night. Friend or foe, Max bursts into their lives, suddenly disrupting the order of the house. Yes, his appearance only entitled him to his mother's attention and love. So the boy's first reaction was indignation. Then he did not realize that his mother had decided on this important step not immediately. Most likely, she had been seeing Max for some time, but she did not dare to invite him home. It was late fall when Sophia told her son, "We'll have a guest today. What do you think about it?" Greg looked at his mother with a sidelong glance and muttered, "I don't think so. Why do we need a guest?" The mother was confused and began to explain that people should socialize because it's boring to be alone. The son looked at her and kept wrinkling his nose. "Mom, I know all about friendship and good relationships, but I think that we are very good together. But if you want more friends, you can invite them over. Just don't make me smile and say anything stupid." "Sophia," laughed Greg. "What do you think?" My boy didn't understand the meaning of the word and remained silent. Only at dinner he asked who your guest was. The woman had been waiting for this question and answered readily. "Have you seen him before?" "Once. Remember, when we bought the factory, different people came and offered to help us. I remember that day very well, because one of the sponsors gave him a game console. True, it quickly broke down. Recalls that moment. It was nice. This is the man who gave me the toy." "No, son. That man gave us some cars. They were used, but they were in good working order. His name is Max." The boy asked with feigned bewilderment. "What? A sewing machine?" Greg came in, and with laughter, and the mother waited for the fit of hilarity to pass. "Son, I'm talking to you seriously, and you're a fool, studying." "Okay, Mom, I won't laugh anymore. Just promise me that you won't marry this Max." Sophia obviously didn't expect such an ultimatum from her son. "Greg, are you too young to give me conditions?" The boy parried, "But I have rights too. I don't want some uncle living in our house and you making me call him father. Guys in our class told me that about their stepfather's V." The boy went into a hysterical screaming fit and hid in his room. Sophia, for fear of hurting the child's wounded psyche, changed her plans. She knocked on her son's room when he opened the door and said, "Calm down. We won't have guests today. Where will you go on a date?" "I'll come with that Max." "You guessed it." The woman hugged her son and kissed him on the top of his head. "Zhika, don't be so mean. You choose your own friends at school. Notice that I do not interfere in this process at all. Let me make my own choices." When his mother went to live, he felt so sad that he almost declared. He barely waited for his mother to return and right in the hallway expressed his final decision. "Mom, let this your Max comes to us. Then I am very bad alone without you." Max won the heart of the boy that from the first meeting, he did not start to pussyfoot with him, and spoke like an adult, although his mother also always took into account his opinion. But Mom is a woman, and Max is a grown man, and he is, as the boys at school used to say. Very quickly, Greg became friends with his stepfather. Max drove him in his car to the zoo where the animals lived. He even let the boy sit behind the wheel of his car a few times. There were many more things that his classmates went in with envy of the farmer. Sophia was glad that her men had found common ground. One day she told her son, "Now, we have a real family." "You like that, Greg," Uncle Max admitted to the ladies. "He's really nice. He's fun to be with. He told me so many things. He also promised to take me night fishing." "Mom, I'll catch a bream like that, or even by myself." The boy showed with his hands the size of the fish he promised to catch. One day, he himself asked his stepfather, "Can I call you father?" Max had been waiting for this question for a long time and could not hide his excitement. "Of course, son, call me father or father. What do you prefer?" But the period of family idyll didn't last long. Greg began to notice that his mother was very fulfilled. With childlike candor, he said, "You need to work out. You'll soon become quite fat. Like our Wendy, a math teacher who really had very lush forms." And this comparison made Sophia smile. "No, I won't be like that, because it's a temporary fullness. The boy stared at his mother in bewilderment. Is there such a thing? It does. I was so fat once before. And then you were born, and I lost weight immediately. Greg was at an age when he knew how babies came to be. So his mother's confession came as a shock to him. He looked at her smiling face, and indignation rose in his heart, which burst out with a scream. You're going to have a baby, but I don't want one. The boy was beating hysterically. Sophia could not calm him. The unhappy woman could not have imagined that her son would take the news so violently. She tried to convince him that he would have a brother or sister and that he would have more fun. The mother did not realize at that time that her son did not want to share her with anyone. He hardly accepted Max only because this person fulfilled his desires, that is, brought a certain benefit. And what benefit could there be in having another child? Greg refused to understand. Sophia hoped that everything would settle down when the baby came into the world, but she was wrong when the tiny lump in a pink envelope was brought home. Her newfound brother wrinkled his nose squeamishly. She stinks. I don't even want to go near her. Time passed, but the boy never gave up his position. Kelly was growing up, and her happy parents rejoiced at her successes, but in Greg's heart, hatred blossomed. He hated his mother for betraying him, hated his stepfather for not being a real father to him, but he hated his little sister the most. Max was the first to notice that there was something wrong in their family. Greg always kept his ear to the ground and often eavesdropped on adult conversations to make sure he didn't miss anything important. He heard his stepfather reprimanding his mother in the kitchen. Sophia, something has to be done about this. It's not normal. The guy's really burning with hate. The mother tried to stand up for her son. Max, I think you're losing it. He's going through puberty, so he's showing his temper. Sophia, but I've seen with my own eyes how much hatred he looks at Kelly. I've been alarmed before by some things that I didn't pay much attention to. Frankly, I fear for our daughter. Please talk to your son. Maybe he'll listen to you. We had a serious conversation that same evening, but Greg descended into rudeness from the first second. Yeah, screw Kelly. Do you even like her? Don't touch me. Not until you graduate, and you won't see me at all. That was the cry of a spoiled egomaniac soul. It was only at that moment that Sophia realized that in 16 years she had never gotten to know her son. As promised, Greg disappeared from home after receiving his diploma. He didn't even come on vacation because he didn't want to meet his sister. And then the woman accidentally learned that her son had somehow miraculously found Leo. This news stunned her, and she herself went to the city where her son studied. But Greg wouldn't even listen to his mother. Mom, you're too late with your instructions. I'm all grown up now, and I'll decide for myself what to do and who to talk to. But I promise I won't bother you. And I'm not going to give up my own father just because something bad happened between you two a long time ago. For a few years, the guy really didn't show up, only called his mother occasionally. But communication with his own father changed his outlook on life. Now Greg recalled with horror how he decided to take revenge. And this action he had decided to coincide with his half-sister's coming of age. The unhappy memories, even more than the conversations with Kevin, spoiled Greg's mood to find some equilibrium. He ventured to deal with his wife's medical condition. Sophia disliked hospitals because medical facilities conjured up unpleasant associations for her. After all, she had spent many days and nights with her mother at the bedside of her paralyzed father. For 24 hours a day, she did not leave her dying mother's side. Therefore, the mere thought that she would have to cross the threshold of the hospital caused panic terror in the woman's soul. Probably, this fear was reflected on her face when she asked the post nurse, "I'm here to see Molly." She's a postdoc girl who looked anxiously at the visitor. "Don't worry, your Molly is fine. She's in Ward 6, probably already awake from the anesthesia." Sophia threw a white robe on her shoulders and, trying not to make noise, walked down the corridor near the ward where her sister-in-law was lying. She stopped and knocked for some reason. Someone shouted loudly, "Come in. I'm sorry we can't meet." The cheerful voice belonged to a girl who was lying by the window with an open book. In total, there were 4 people in the ward, and Sophia did not immediately find Molly. She turned to the very girl who had invited her. Where is she till now? At the very door. There are no others yet. Molly spoke up. You can't argue with that. Maria, you're screaming for all the right times to be awake, and at least be sick. It's not like I've never been in a hospital. Only when I was a kid, I had a bug in my ear. The doctors could barely get it out. Molly turned her gaze to Sophia. I knew you'd be the first to visit me. Zurich must have scared you. On the contrary, he was very tactful about everything. Sophia took her sister-in-law's hand. Tell me, how do you feel? Reluctant Maria raised her voice. I'm fine. Everything will be running by evening. Molly looked toward her companion. Maria, could you be quiet for a minute? I'm less than 24 hours in this ward, and I'm already tired of you. Let's be sad. Girlfriend, I'm supposed to be discharged today, so you're going to miss me. Molly waved her hands helplessly. I'm sorry, Sophia, but I guess we won't be able to have a normal conversation. All right, I'll drop by tomorrow. You don't have to bother. I'm not sick enough to visit every day. Dad's worried too. He should be here soon. Greg told him. I told you not to panic. Molly tried to sit up, but immediately wrinkled in pain. Her mother-in-law immediately jumped up to her. Let me help you. Maria's daughter raised her voice again. I dream of such a mother-in-law, although I do not want to get married, but still dreaming is not harmful. Well, I won't bother you. I'll pack my clothes. The girl began to put things in a plastic bag and accompanied this process with clear statements. Sophia began to say goodbye to her sister-in-law, and at that moment a nurse came into the room. Queen, you're ready. The mouse stretched out, sitting down, threw off her hand to the invisible ones at the visor. Always ready. Sophia stared at the girl's hand, not immediately realizing what had caught her attention. Molly noticed that there was something wrong with her mother-in-law. What's wrong? Nothing, I'm fine. But the woman's eyes were fixed on her sister-in-law's neighbor. Meanwhile, Maria grabbed her bag and slipped past, and only then Sophia realized that the object of her concern was the silver bracelet adorning the girl's wrist. She hastily said goodbye to her sister-in-law. Molly, I have to go. I'll call you tonight. The woman hoped to catch up with Masha in the hallway and ask the girl about how she got this bracelet. But right in the doorway, she ran into Molly's father. Peter, did you scare me? The man didn't expect to meet under such unusual circumstances either. You almost knocked me over. Sophia, is there a fire somewhere? No, I'm just afraid I'm going to miss a little man. Well, I won't keep you. She ran down the corridor, but Maria was nowhere to be seen. Sophia couldn't find her in the check room or the waiting room. She jumped outside, but there were only a few men in hospital uniforms walking around. There were no women around at all. Sophia sat down on a bench. She tried to calm herself. Did you just think it was the same bracelet Kelly had gotten for her birthday? There aren't many trinkets like that on the market. Go to any jewelry store and you're bound to find a similar piece. Suddenly, Sophia's familiar voice sounded nearby. What's wrong with you? I must admit that I am concerned about your condition, so I said goodbye. You shouldn't be, Peter. I'm fine. Don't be fooled by an experienced detective. I have a keen eye, and I knew immediately that something had come up that caused you instant stress. Tell me, I may be able to help you. Although Molly and Greg had been married for over 3 years, their parents met very rarely and mostly on major holidays, so their acquaintance was casual, and they had never had a frank conversation. The woman was silent for a moment, and then looked hopefully at the matchmaker. You know, Peter, can you really help me? The man sat down next to her, and by his expression, it was easy to guess that he had awakened a professional instinct. I think I know what prompted you to chase after that girl who ran out of the room a second before I arrived. Probably tennis past or something else. It was more like a sign from above. Aha! I didn't realize you were superstitious. Sometimes there are moments in life when you start to believe in a higher power. It rarely happens to me, but this morning my grandmother came to mind. And then that girl with the bracelet. You intrigue me. If you could tell me more about it. And Sophia told her daughter-in-law's father how many years ago she and her husband gave their daughter a bracelet for her coming of age, which was made to order by a jeweler she knew. It was a personalized piece. There's an engraving on the inside. Kelly had long dreamed of such a thing and was very happy with the gift. A few days later, it disappeared. Tell me, under what circumstances did your daughter disappear? Tears appeared in the woman's eyes. She took a handkerchief out of her purse. I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry, Peter. Don't I know what it's like to lose a child? I've had many such cases in my practice, and unfortunately, they don't always end well. I'm still hopeful. I feel in my heart that my Kelly is alive. I was so reluctant to let her go on that unfortunate camping trip, and my husband said you can't stop a girl from doing what she likes. Kelly was very fond of traveling, and that day they went to the lakes in groups. Old people claimed that there were places of power there and told all sorts of legends. Greg went too, because he was worried about the young people. He is almost 10 years older than Kelly. Peter waited for the story to continue, but Sophia was silent. Only after about 5 minutes she said with a kind of frightening doom, Kelly's disappearance was only discovered in the morning. The boys searched for her. They went to all the neighboring villages, but no one had seen the girl. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air. Her husband couldn't bear the loss. For more than a week, the search was conducted, but it did not yield results, and Max had a heart attack. He loved his daughter very much. Sophia burst into tears. The matchmaker gave her a chance to cry. You cry, to ease your soul. I promise I'll try to find out what happened on that camping trip. Did your son tell you anything about what happened? He's the key witness. The woman waved her hand. Greg was asleep and didn't see or hear anything. He was with the rest of the campers looking for his sister. So many years had passed, and it was unlikely that he would remember any details now. Sophia was silent, as if remembering something important. Peter, maybe the fact that we haven't found Kelly's papers is relevant. Her passport and driver's license disappeared with her. Your daughter was driving the car on her own. She hasn't gotten behind the wheel yet, but her father promised to buy her a small car. These are important details. As soon as I know anything definite, I'll let you know. But the first thing I'll do is try to find this girl who's the mystery bracelet. Sophia took a long look. Jenna saw her off. She was suddenly at peace, like that time. After praying in church, Kelly. Jenna was the name she was using now. She felt out of sorts. She'd been a mess since this morning. She'd even managed to forget her apartment keys on the nightstand. Her mind was racing with unhappy thoughts. What am I supposed to do now? It is known that I will have to open the door and then repair the lock or buy a new one. The landlady will find out exactly, nail me, or give me a day to evict. That's worse than the first option. With such not cheerful thoughts, Kelly appeared in the office of the company, where she worked as a courier for a little over a year. The head of the department immediately jumped on her. Jenna, where do you go? Like where? Running your errands? Delivering mail to the addresses you gave me. You need to move fast. You're young. It always pissed Jenna off when underachievers came out and pretended to be important. So what, Miranda? If I'm young, I should be running around like a horse. By the way, you're not much older than me. Don't compare. You're a long way from me. The girl snapped. To your place. Don't worry, I don't claim it. The superintendent smirked. What do you care? Go to work. I still have to distribute advertising brochures for today, and then to prepare for tomorrow's report for the month. Isn't that a lot for one person? That's your direct responsibility. That's right, Miranda. You've got half the department working their asses off, and I have to run around for everyone. Jenna voiced her displeasure with a deep sense of contempt for the slackers who made up the bulk of the company's staff for the umpteenth time this year. She thought wistfully that she had been wasting her time in this office, wishing she could make herself feel better. She muttered, "Did I have a choice? My whole life has become one endless quest, and I don't know when I'll reach the finish line." From the height of her years, the girl scolded herself for that childish act, but she couldn't afford to go back in time because she knew what her disappearance from home had led to. Many times she turned back in her mind the events of 10 years ago and came to the conclusion that she would have done exactly the same thing today. Kelly learned to feel first and then speak. One of her first childhood memories was of her older brother's face contorted with anger. When her parents weren't around, he would scare her. Later, Greg began to apply to her younger sister more harsh measures of influence, pouring ice water and saying at the same time, "Die damn doll." Often, a loving sibling specially fed her sweets to make her grandfather appear. He would sneak her cat food and laugh at her when she drank the stuff. Of course, when Kelly was very young, she thought her brother was playing with her. But as time went on, it came to her that it wasn't play, but a sophisticated kind of bullying. It was useless to complain to her mother about her brother's behavior because she thought her daughter was making it up. "Kelly, this is all your fantasy. You want me to believe them." Only her father tried to protect her from Greg's bullying. Life became a little easier when Greg went to college. There was peace and quiet in the house at once. All the parental love went to her alone. But one day her brother came back, and Kelly realized that he was up to something, and her premonitions were right. One day she saw Greg talking to a man she didn't know at all by accident. This was a man she had never met before at Castle Pines and decided to follow her brother around a bit. The man didn't evoke any positive emotions. He was, what would be the right way to put it, a very unpleasant type. Decently dressed, quite handsome, but he was repulsive at once. Kelly didn't speak to him, of course, but it was enough for her to get a good look at him. He reminded her of someone, but who was it she hadn't realized right away? It wasn't until the 4th or 5th day of following her brother that she got close enough to hear what they were talking about. Greg and the man had entered the cafe, and Kelly immediately followed them. She sat down at a table that was behind an archway. The men couldn't see her, but she could hear them. They were talking about her, not just about her, but about their family in general. The more Kelly listened, the more the hairs on her head moved. The brother couldn't think of anything more original than simply getting rid of his hated sister. It was as if the man had even tried to talk him out of it. "Look, Greg, it's not really her fault. It's all her mother's fault. I mean, it's your mother's fault, too. If she'd waited for me to get out of jail, the three of us would still be living together. Dad, don't you ever say anything like that again. She's my mother, and she has a right to live. And the rest of you and your mother, I can work it out somehow. But these, and I want to start with my sister. She's ruined my whole life." The man immediately replied, "Okay, don't boil. If you want to decide, you have to do it. I didn't realize you had such hatred for her. Do you have any idea how we can pull this off? No, you have some experience with this stuff. That's why I came to you for help. So tell me where she goes, where she likes to go. We need to make sure we're on the up and up." Greg started to tell Kelly was afraid to breathe. She was scared because her brother in a mundane voice listed all the things she likes, where she goes, and at the same time discussed with her father where it is more convenient and not possible to take her out, and to do it so cunningly, so that no one would guess anything. Kelly also realized one simple thing. After Greg gets rid of her, he's going after her father. She's going camping with her friends. They love the outdoors. Now, this is where we're gonna get into it. This could be very interesting for us. After listening to everything Greg knew, the man exclaimed, "That's what's needed." The girl could get lost in the woods, drown, fall from somewhere. The options are endless. Greg said, confused, "I don't get it. I'm the one who's supposed to be hating her. Who do you hate so much? Or are you going to send someone else on the trip? Don't worry. You're a big man, and she's just a young girl. You'll be fine. We'll figure it out." "Yeah, but how am I gonna get in with them? They're not my friends. I mean, I know some of them, but we're not friends enough for me to go with them. It's pretty simple. You just tell your mom that it's not safe to go camping like this, that you're worried about your sister. She's a young girl, and you're only going so you can keep an eye on her." The men were long gone. Kelly was still sitting squeezed into the chair. Something had to be done. She knew Greg would convince her mother. Kelly would not be able to change her mind. Rather, the mother would only be strengthened in her decision because her daughter did not want to be in foster care. And the mother will also be very happy that they finally have a good relationship. Everything happened exactly as Kelly expected. Mom was very happy that Greg wanted to accompany Kelly on the camping trip. She kept saying, "Well, that's good. Your brother and sister, you should have a close, trusting relationship." Greg smiled at her sister, and Kelly smiled back. She couldn't show him that she knew or guessed everything. Then the girl might just not make it to the camping trip. She had planned everything diligently. Kelly had always been noted for her ability to think straight, so she double-checked everything several times to make sure there were no overlaps. Greg had to do something with her at night, and on the first night, she knew for sure that he would not give up on anything. That's why she prepared in earnest. Kelly had money, and not the money that her father and mother constantly transferred to her card, but cash, which the girl had been saving for years. For nothing in particular, she just put aside what was left of her pocket money. She was always serious and frugal. Besides, there was nothing to buy because Kelly had everything. She took all the essentials with her, took all the money, especially since no one in the house knew about her savings. And most importantly, the girl toothed invented one address, which she wrote in her father's notebook. It was Helen's address, the woman her father had dated before he met her mother. Kelly's choice was no accident. One day, when Kelly thought she was in love and was having a disagreement with her father, Kelly shouted at him, "Dad, what do you know about love? You met Mom. That's all love is." Max smiled then. "Well, that's just your opinion. Do you want me to tell you about a very wonderful woman that I can't forget to this day? I love your mom very much, but Helen, she was probably not only a woman, but the best all-understanding friend." Kelly stared at him, eyes wide open. She had never imagined that her parents could have had anyone in their lives other than each other. "Helen and I met by chance. She was scolding me for almost running over a kitten. Of course, I just saw it late and stopped right away. But I got the best of her. You know, she was so beautiful in her anger, and then she just kind of spun around." Helen fought back to the last. She was married, and she had an invalid husband who didn't do a damn thing but grind her nerves. I'd ask her many times to leave. And then she just kicked me out. Said she was happy with me, that I showed her a different life. But she couldn't leave her husband, and she didn't want to cheat anymore. I understood her. Cheating is too hard for her. Is she so pure, or what? Helen took an oath from me that I would never try to contact her again and try to arrange my personal life. I tried to help her financially at least, but she wouldn't take it. And that was that. Kelly remembered that after her father's story she had stayed up all night. And when she thought about whether the young man she had fallen in love with was capable of such actions, she realized that it was not love after all. Kelly was going to turn to her for help. Greg looked at her the whole time they were getting there. Kelly was getting sick to her stomach. It was his looks. She felt like a hunted victim. Everything went well once everyone settled down. And the girl Kelly was in the tent with fell asleep. She quietly grabbed her backpack and looked outside. Conversation could still be heard in the tents. This meant that Greg would not be doing anything right now. He wouldn't do anything during the night, because it would be clear that the culprit for her death was someone who was here. Kelly wasn't going to hide for long. She needed some time to pass. Maybe something would change, or she would figure out how to get out of this whole situation. For now, there were no thoughts in her head. The door was opened by a pretty woman. "Hello, you're here to see me." "Yes, Helen." The woman looked at her with interest. "Yes, I'm Helen. Have we met?" Kelly smiled sadly. "Not really. I'm Max's daughter." Helen stepped back, clasped her hands to her chest. "What's wrong with Max?" Kelly rushed to reassure her. No, Dad's fine. He told me about you. That's why I came to see you. I need help, but only from someone who won't be thought of. Helen looked at her carefully. Come in. I'm alone now. My daughter has gone to her grandmother's. Strange, but Dad didn't say anything about a daughter. She must have been born later. They talked all night. Helen agreed that it would be better for her to spend some time here. At her place. Don't worry, you're not embarrassing us at all. I've got the world. You two are bound to become friends. How old is she? She's 2 years older than you. You know, after your father and I split up, my husband died a couple years later. He'd been drinking too much, so I decided to find my dad. I even came to your town. But then I found out he got married and his wife was expecting a baby and left right away. Kelly smiled sadly. I guess I should be jealous of your father, resentful of your mom. But it turns out that Mom took your place. No, don't ever think that. Mom met me when I wasn't around. She didn't take my place. Everything happened the way it was supposed to happen. And anyway, it's been years, so it's all in the past. Maria turned out to be a real-world girl. And Kelly also thought they looked a lot alike. Kelly even gave her her bracelet, which was very dear to her. And then Maria came into the room and said, Kelly, your dad's dead. It's all over the internet. That's it. From that moment on, Kelly's life was divided into before and after. Kelly, maybe you should stay. Where are you going? How are you going to live? Like everyone else. Get an apartment, get a job. But we're not kicking you out. Helen wiped away her tears, and Kelly spoke quickly. You understand me. Please, I can't. I can't live peacefully as if nothing had happened. Daddy, it's out of me. I should have realized this would happen. Daddy loved me very much, and Mommy will never forgive me. Let it be so. Mommy was already crying for me and Daddy. And me. I'll start all over again. It's just the way it is. At least give me your new address. No. Helen, please forgive me. I don't deserve to talk to you. Kelly, but you can't hide forever. They're gonna find you. You'll be working. You'll be on the payroll. They'll find you, right? No one's gonna find me. Kelly stepped into the night. In the pocket of her jacket was a brand new crystal and a passport, which she had gotten not so long ago for very good money. Almost everything she had. Molly was being discharged in a week. In all that time, Sophia hadn't seen Peter. And then they met nose to nose. Sophia, hello. You are also for Molly. But my daughter has long been more of a part of you than me. So I'll just meet her and walk her home. Well, I won't just let you go. At least we'll have tea together. Peter smiled, clarifying, I won't refuse, especially since I managed to find out something. Sophia raised her eyebrows upward. So fast. Did you really find out something about that girl? Yes, I did. I didn't know it was possible. I've been looking for my daughter for years, and still no sign of her. Well, Sophia, that's if you're working for a paycheck. But if you work as a friend, it's a different matter. I don't justify my colleagues at all, but that's life. The woman nodded sadly. Yes, unfortunately, you're right. Molly sadly asked her mother-in-law. Didn't Greg come? No, Molly, he couldn't. The thing is that we have some changes in the firm, and now he has to work hard. Under Kevin's guidance, he'll try to come early today, he promised, and he said hello. Molly smiled. I can imagine what kind of mood he'll be in. I've heard enough about Kevin. Sophia laughed. He's complaining. It's okay. Let him study. It's for his own good. Molly only sat with them for 10 minutes. I'll go and lie down. I'm still a little weak. I have ideas, of course. My daughter. Peter smiled. It's so unusual, even unusual, to hear my daughter called daughter. Sophia smiled, but she's really like a daughter to me. You know, sometimes I think she's a lot like Kelly, just as gentle, kind. Peter frowned. Well, that's exactly what we're going to talk about. Sophia looked up. Yes, I'm listening very carefully. Peter took out a small notebook. So here's what I found out. Maria Queen lives in a small town. By the way, your late husband used to live there. I don't get it. What does that have to do with Max? Take your time, Sophia. So this girl lives with her mom. The mom's a couple years younger than you. But that's not what's important. I went to that town, walked around, saw the people, talked to them, and I found out one very interesting detail. This woman gave birth to her daughter while she was married. Everything seemed to be right, but her husband could not have children because he was, excuse me, crippled after some accident. Everyone told me that the woman was dating someone rich and handsome. He invited her to come with him, but she refused and stayed with her husband. As you can imagine, in such small towns, everyone knows everything about everyone, and even more like to discuss, especially if you are properly interested in it. Of course, I managed to get interested, and it turns out by all accounts that I dated Maria's mother. It was your husband in those days. He was not yet your husband. He probably didn't even know you because it was only after he broke up with that woman that he moved here. I'm not really sure what the bracelet and everything else has to do with it. I haven't had a lot of time. But I promise you, I will definitely find out. Sophia silently stood up and left the room. She came back and put a few bundles of money in front of her. This is for your expenses. Something tells me you're on the right track. As soon as we find out about Dawn, that is, how he got to that girl, that's how we'll find out. Peter, please don't tell my son anything. I don't know why, but I don't think he'd be happy if Kelly was found. And he'll say I'm crazy because Kelly is presumed dead. And I'm the only one who can't believe it. Peter nodded and worried. As long as the investigation lasts you, and I will never know anything. I understand that. I'll take money, but not much, just enough for a return ticket. Sophia shook her head negatively. No, take the money for all expenses. She also went upstairs, brought the keys. These are the keys to her husband's car. It's sitting in the garage doing nothing. They take it in for a checkup every 6 months, and that's it. I'll call the garage and have them give it to you. Peter got behind the wheels. Thank you very much. It's a very long commute on buses and trains. You know, you don't assure yourself very much that Kelly will be found. You realize you could be disappointed. Sophia looked at him quickly. I'm sure she's alive. Do whatever you want with me. Greg arrived a little early, as promised, and hugged his wife. Why did the appendicitis happen to you? Well, I really missed you. She even laughed. You say that like there's only one appendicitis in our town in 3 years. And I have it. No, of course not. Somebody's gonna feed me. I even put my finger to my lips. Don't yell. So Mom must be feeling sick. She's locked herself in her room for hours without coming out. Greg raised his eyebrows at his mother. It wasn't like that. Her beloved Molly was out of the hospital, and her mother wasn't flocking around her like a hen. Greg knocked softly on the door. Mom, can I come in? Yes, son, come in. He entered the room and frowned. Mom, you again. Around Sophia were spread pictures of Kelly. She looked at her son with tearful eyes. I don't understand why you are so uncomfortable with the memory of Kelly. She's your sister. Greg tried to soften his expression. Mom, you misunderstand me. I don't want you to be so upset. Why? Kelly, no, and nothing can bring her back. After all these years, you have to get over it. No, I'm never gonna get over it, and you know it. And lately I've been getting this feeling like we're gonna find her soon. Greg almost cried, God forbid, but he held back. He'd been getting too many bad vibes lately too. And one of them is that if someone brings up Cleopatra's firm again, they're bound to find out that the firm was created by him. And it was run by Leo, his father, and the same man who had once been his mother's husband. Greg didn't want to hurt his mother, but she was too much of a nuisance. There was no way to go into the open, and waiting until the firm was legally in his possession wasn't something he wanted to do either. He wanted to become its sole owner as soon as possible and make decisions on his own, and finally fire that nasty Kevin. Mom, let's go to dinner. Molly's setting the table. How is Molly supposed to rest? Oh, that dissipated. Mother took a quick step towards the kitchen. Greg grabbed one picture of his sister and hissed, "What is it that you still give me peace of mind? I hope you died a long time ago." He threw the photo back and followed Sophia. Peter showed up a week later. He was just jammed with news. Really, he didn't know how he should handle the situation now. What he had learned could not leave life the same. No one's life. Not Sophia's, not Greg's, and certainly not his daughter's. Peter called Sophia. "We need to meet. I have a lot of news." The woman was just at work, picked up the phone to warn her son that she was going to be away. But then she changed her mind and dialed Kevin's number. "Kevin, I need to leave, but I want no one to know that I am not at the firm." Kevin always understood her from the first word, especially Greg. "Okay, I hear you. Sophia, I need help. And to be honest, I don't know yet. I'll call you. Oh, one more thing. I keep wondering about that Cleopatra firm. Can't you find out more about it?" "And I will. Especially since it's been bugging me too." Sophia sank into a chair in front of Peter. "I ordered you some tea." "Yes, thank you for recognizing me. Well, I guess I'll start with the main thing. Is your daughter alive?" "Well, at least she was alive when everyone thought she was dead." Sophia went pale, clutched her chest. "Please calm down. It's not that simple. We're going to have a hard and long conversation." The woman listened attentively to everything Peter was telling her, every now and then she shook her head. "No, it just can't be." Maybe Sophia, the girl, was so scared that she didn't dare to ask for help from anyone she knew. "Do you understand?" Did she not? "Yes. You know, Kelly told me a few times about Greg, but I always thought it was just a figment of her imagination. Because everything seems so meaningful when you're a teenager. But why did she go there in the first place? That's another news flash for you. The fact is that Helen was actually dating and Max, after they broke up, had a daughter, Maria, whom you saw in the hospital. It's not hard to guess if her husband was up to no good. And Max, well, by all accounts, it's Max's daughter that he never found out about. Maybe that was the reason the girls had become such good friends that Kelly had given her bracelet." Sophia looked up at Peter. "I don't understand. It's been so many years. Why hasn't Kelly come back?" "There are several reasons. The most important one, which she told Helen, is that she blames herself for her father's death, feels guilty in front of you, in front of the whole world. Either she's punishing herself, or she really feels that guilty in front of you. Second, are you sure that if Kelly comes back, she'll be safe? I mean, just hearing that conversation saved her life. No, that's just not possible. Greg, he couldn't. Sophia, I hate to say this, but I'm going to have to tell my daughter. She needs to know who's around her. After all, it's dangerous. No, he can't be a monster. He's my son." At that moment, the phone rang in Sophia's pocket. She picked it up. "Kevin, it's urgent. I'm a little busy. I won't take up much of your time. I want to tell you that Cleopatra's manager is very familiar to you. That's Greg, Leo's father. Yes, in fact, Greg gave him the firm. But why? If you stop thinking of Greg only as a son, you'll understand." Kevin passed out, and Sophia looked up at Peter. The man shivered involuntarily. How much had the woman's look changed? Now before him sat a lady with a steely gaze and a very heavy expression. "Peter, I'm going to need some more of your help so you don't have to worry. I'm sending Molly to the sea tonight. I'll tell her she needs to recuperate. She'll listen to me. Yes, thank you. I'll do what I can." She leaned toward him and began to speak. "Sophia, but I don't want to go anywhere without Greg. You don't even understand. Greg needs a healthy wife. Your hemoglobin is low. You need to get some rest. He's so busy now anyway, you won't even see him." Greg, who at first grudgingly accepted his mother's words, sighed. "Yes, Mom is right. Lately she's just been swamping me with work. Nothing will happen to us in a week. Go get some rest and come back soon." Of course, He didn't like that his mother didn't offer him a vacation, but she's been in a mood lately. So it's best to keep quiet and keep working to make sure everyone finally forgets this Cleopatra thing. Father is also good. As soon as he realized that the smell of fried, just withdrew money from where he could and got away. And now he's got to deal with it. Mother nodded her head and went to her room. Didn't even kiss him. The next day, after Molly left and he went back to work, he got a call from Sophia. "Gotcha. I have to go away for a few days. I'll call you." "Mom," but there's a short ringtone. Then a text for Kevin in charge. Oh, how much he wanted to tell her now. But Mom didn't pick up the phone again. She was on her way with Peter to where her daughter was supposedly. "Jenna, are you late again?" Kelly inwardly howled. What the hell was wrong with this? Everything's been a mess since this morning. The faucet leaked this morning. Obviously, you can't buy a new one at 7 o'clock hours. But to leave it like that means putting the neighbors at risk. We had to wait for the plumber, who is never in a hurry. "Miranda, honestly, it's not my fault." The woman folded her arms across her chest and looked at her. "Well, I'm listening to you. Tell us another incident that somehow only happens to you." It wasn't true. Everyone in the office was always late, but it was only Kelly who was getting smacked around. Now the girl realized that she couldn't work in such conditions anyway. "And you know what, Miranda, I'm not going to tell you anything and prove it, because it's all useless." The boss's eyebrows went up. "How do you talk? What do you think you're doing? What are you? An errand boy, or rather an errand girl? You keep your mouth shut, or you'll be out of here in no time. And I'd be happy to fly you out. I'm just wondering what the wording will be. You understand that I have nothing to lose now, and I will go to our chief to tell him how the department works, which spoils the firm all the indicators. And I'll even explain why it's happening." Miranda gasped with indignation, not for the first time. This girl is insinuating to her that she is failing in her duties. "You're at the UN, and you won't get anything from me without a paycheck." Kelly thought wistfully that there was no way to pay the rent. On what grounds do you not give an employee the money he has earned? You have to pay him back within 24 hours. Miranda stared in amazement at the woman who approached them, frozen, afraid to turn around. Tears streamed from her eyes. She wanted to run away, but realized that such coincidences do not happen. Her mother had found her. Everything else seemed to fade into a fog. She didn't hear Miranda answering. She slowly turned to where her mom was standing. "Mommy." Kelly literally fell into Sophia's arms. She was holding on with all her might. "My silly girl, why didn't you tell me everything? Why didn't you tell me? If I hadn't found you." Greg had to leave after talking to his mother. He listened in silence with his head bowed. Only once he said, "You're ready to put me in jail for her, just like you always do." "You are wrong. I will not put you in jail, but only because you are my son. And I give you the opportunity to start a new life. And I'm even gonna help you do it. But you don't get to decide how or who should live. You're not God." Molly said she's going with her husband. He needed someone close, and she was the closest thing he had. Peter was not very happy with this decision, but accepted his daughter's choice. Sophia met Helen, and after a short time they became real friends, and Kelly and Maria studied hard to run the company. A year after all the events, Kelly and Maria came home smiling mysteriously. "Moms, we have news for you." The women who were drinking tea looked at each other. Sounds terrifying. Helen had moved closer to them at Sophia's insistence. Kelly laughed and nudged Masha in the side. "Come on, you're better at this." Maria drew in a breath and said, "Today we have guests. We decided to introduce you to our guys to get their approval, so to speak. Anyway, Kelly and I are getting married." The girls expected any kind of reaction, but not this. First air was thrown by Maria's mother, followed by Kelly's mother. A second later, the women were laughing. Maria and Kelly looked at them resentfully. "What did we say that was so funny?" Sophia waved her hands. "Nothing, girls, nothing really. It's just that we were going to announce the same thing to you today, which is the same thing." Kelly, not understanding, stared at her mother. The women glanced over again. "Well, we were going to introduce someone to you today too," Maria asked cautiously. "But you're not getting married." Helen nodded her head, and she was. Kelly asked stupidly, "Really, and to whom?" Sophia said I was marrying Kevin and Helen was marrying Peter. The girls looked at each other and suddenly laughed and rushed to hug their mothers. "But that's great. That's just great. We'll all be married and happy. And let's have 4 weddings in one day." Sophia waved. "Oh, you'll think of something. How's that? You're going to the store on the same day. Looks like we're going to have to set the table a lot more seriously today than we thought." Greg didn't make it to the wedding, but he called to say congratulations. Molly couldn't come because she was expecting a baby. All the men supported the girls' idea, and almost the whole town came out to watch when a real cortege of wedding cars marched down the street. No one here remembered such a thing, that 2 mothers and 2 daughters got married on the same day.